Hey everybody, welcome back to Angry Coach, your best place to pretend to be E-famous for 15 minutes while also simultaneously pretending to actually learn how to play one of the most difficult games in the world. Now, while the vast majority are just going to be people who are looking to get their 15 minutes of shame, there may, if we're lucky, be a few people who actually want to learn. And of course, that depends on your subjective definition of luck. But if I wanted to rely on RNG, I'd have become a Hearthstone professional many years ago. But Las Vegas can wait, because with all these replays, it's been a couple weeks. A lot of people ask me, Winter, have you quit Starcraft forever? And to that I say, just cause I haven't gone outside and really gotten any alcohol for like 6 months because of the plague, have you quit alcohol forever? And the answer to both questions is fuck no. Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. I don't have that capability. So, with that said, thank you everyone. Welcome to this completely and unfortunately sober Angry Coach. Let's begin.
Oh, a follower. Is that all?
The fuck is this?
Oh, a follower.
Okay,
Is that
Mose is, he play a lot of video games.
Oh, a follower.
That is remarkable consistency. 54% PvZ, 55.2% in PvT, 55.9% in PvP. That is impressive. Over hundreds of games.
Good. Now I have your attention.
And as is customary, I'm looking forward to the first time somebody sends me their account as opposed to an individual replay and hasn't won 9 out of their last 10 games. But it is not this day. So, he lost a 7-minute game against Artyom, who came out of the sewers. But he has won almost every other game for the last 2 days. Now, what I question is why these games are 1 minute long. 1, 2, 3 games in a row, 1 minute long. The fuck is that about? Let's see. How do you win a game in 50 seconds? Let's find out. And they're different people. So that's what confuses me. They quit after they fucked up 3 in a row. Interesting start. So this guy's AFK. Alright. That guy was AFK.
Oh, a follower. Is that all?
So this is a completely different dude. This one's 2 minutes long. The fuck is this? Okay, So it's like 4 in a row. For a split second, I came in, I thought I came in to see him playing. Yeah, I was playing StarCraft. I was waiting for like 2 hours for you, but unfortunately, since I forgot that the world does not revolve around you, I did not continue, but I'll get back to it after this. Okay, so... So you guys might be like, is this what Diamond looks like? Well, it's EU. To be clear, it's EU, so yes.
I've never seen this screen before. Wow.
Nice announcer. Okay, so this was 2 games in a row. 2 different people. What is happening? Like, all of these wins are 1 minute, like, what? Okay, what the fuck? Okay, we're gonna watch the 3rd one. Now we have to know. Like, how do you get 3 separate Master and Diamond Terrans? What the fuck? I mean, that's the classic Terran move. It's like, lost my SCV, guess I can't win against PROTOSS, fuck! So I gotta... I mean, that's classic Terran, but... This was not Terran, that was PROTOSS. Wait, I picked the wrong replay. Wait a second. Wait, were you the one? Oh, you were defending the cannon rush. I picked the wrong replay. Nice defense, though. Good job. So... I mean, this is how you speedrun Diamond. Alright, let's pick a real game.
Oh, a follower. Is that all?
You keep
Hi,
winning
Mitchell.
every game that is over 10 minutes. Here you go. Here's a 25-minute game against Koopa Troopa. We're gonna speed through. We already got a taste. You know, if Maru has an account in NA, I don't think he'd bother. Most players have an account in EU, though. Like, Neeb plays on EU most of the time, because NA is kind of like, what tier 1 player wants to be number 1 GM today? Is parting sober enough? No. I mean, yes, so he won't get it. You know, either way. So the difference between NA and EU up to about top 50 GM is that EU has an inflated opinion of themselves and doesn't articulate it as well in English, except for the ones who do, because you know those people because they'll say, sorry for my bad English. At top 50, though, there are more pro players. There's more depth. There's a larger bench of pros on EU. So top GM is significantly more competitive. But below, like, Masters, I've been GM on both servers and been up to Master 1. The only difference is the ego below that. Like, below rank 100 GM, it's 99% ego and language. And ping. Because on NA, a lot of NA players will play on EU because you know all the beautiful countries of North America. I'm talking Singapore. I'm talking Australia. I'm talking New Zealand. I'm talking Brazil. A lot of players, like if you're like Neeb from the great state of New York, you get less ping to Europe than to Brazil, Singapore, or Australia. So, like, sometimes even US West. Like, I get I'm from the Rust Belt, I get 120 ping to EU, and I get like 90 to US West. And I get 170 to Brazil, give or take, so... at this moment, you remembered your cyber core. Now here's the thing. Bring 2 probes. 2 probes. I like how you're not freaking out though. Do you think our PJ&G will improve with the snow? Yeah, I think so.
The firstborn shall persevere. Glory to the Daemon.
Need more pylon.
I have met the enemy.
I don't mind it. You're using your brain head. Well, we can tell by the amount of games you've played. Like, you're playing like someone who's played a lot of games. Even if there's whatever the fuck that was with those 3, 4, like 1 minute game. What the fuck was that? But sometimes that happens when you play enough games. You string a few together. The Void Ray choice, like you could go Oracle, but I think you correctly, I don't know if this was your entire thought process, but the thought process of Oracles can die pretty easy and Void Rays don't.
Firstborn shall persevere.
Because that is a fair point. I'm less likely to stare at my Void Ray as it saunters across the map. Ooh. You're really setting an unrealistic expectation for everyone else from here, by the way.
Glorious combat is a glory to the Daemon.
Your research.
It's literally all going to be downhill from here. Like,
Search is complete. Pylons. Need more pylons.
the one thing is gases 3 and 4, as well as supply block. But honestly, you scouted. The Adept Scout was good. I don't know. Did you watch the coaching thingy where I went over the Adept Shade scouting timings? I'm fishing for credit here.
We face the enemy.
So, yeah, the one thing missing is the extra gases. Like, the extra gases could have been added on a lot earlier. Just because you have Void Rays doesn't mean we need to micro Void Rays. Your Void Rays are what get you a third. Because if he doesn't have a lair, he doesn't have Hydras. Unless Brenda and her team are gonna very slowly but very surely make their way across the map. That's how you get your third. And this is one of the biggest issues with relatively competent Diamond PROTOSS. And below, but mostly Diamond is when it becomes relevant. Get a third. Go take your third. Go take your fucking third. Don't try to micro 2 fucking Void Rays against a spawning pool. Void Rays will defend your third. Come on. Like, don't lose. What is the best case scenario? Your Void Ray costs as many minerals as the spawning pool does. There is no, like, even if you get it, even if you don't take, like, the amount of time and effort and energy and attention that this takes is not worth it. Just because your Void Rays defend your third. You have air control. Take your fucking third. No, don't lose your Void Rays to Queens. Take your goddamn third. And you don't have to build 3 Void Rays. can build 1. You built 2. You don't have to keep building them just because you lost them to Queen. Like, just 1 Void Ray, you're defended against early roaches. You're done there. You want to take your 3rd before it feels entirely safe to do so. So that way your 3rd can be part of your defense. Because you can't shield battery overcharge until you have a Nexus done. So, you gotta get that Nexus as quick as possible, so that way by the time you're actually threatened, you have it done. Instead of now, where you're taking your 3rd and his Hydras have started. The Nexus will not be done by the time the Hydras can come across the map, because you're a bitch. Don't be a bitch.
Research is done. Your forces are just mineral fields.
It looks like you're gonna get away with it. And also, it should be general practice. Just build 1 shield battery at your 3rd. Shield battery overcharge is very, very good. No, stop with the fucking Void Rays, alright? Your Void Rays are for defense. Void Rays are for defense only. No more Void Ray micro. It's like microing a paddle boat with lasers. Cool paddle boat. But don't do it. No more Void Ray micro. It's for defense and killing Ovies, and that's it. And intimidation. $50 probes, 8. Well, you're going up to 8 gates. I'll give you that.
You're all mined out of that mineral field. Your base is crumbling under upgrades finished up.
Like, okay. Alright. So your first instinct should be at how naked your 3rd is. Not a single shield battery or cannon. And yes, like, having enough probes, building close to enough gates, good. But what if 12 Zerglings come into your 3rd? You shouldn't... Most pro players will just wall this off with gateways. Because this map is pretty nice for that. So just, like, come on. Come on. Like, 1 shield battery. Your probes will thank you. Because they'll still be alive to do so. Oh, well. Touché. You gotta build a cannon behind it, but like 95% of the way there. That's not a strike for me. It was late. It was late. He should have done it before he moved out and then moved out in safety. It's not a strike. It's just, I'm surprised he did it at all. Most players are lazy and are just jamming their gateways anywhere because they're under more stress than at their day job.
You engage the enemy? On purpose?
Is that rapid fire warpins? So, oracles exist. And that's how you counter... Does this... Oh my god. He's got... double lurker den. Oh, what a flare. Oh my god, that creep spread. That is quite impressive. The answer to lurker. Well, at some point you either need storm. Okay, so here you are. He's got a fuck ton of lurkers. The answer is carriers. Like, you keep this army, you don't throw it away. But what you'll see is players go into Sky Toss. Because At some point, there are too many lurkers. Like, when they don't have the upgrades, you can still fight. Like, you could probably fight this, but you shouldn't. It's way too dicey. I'm picturing just, like, 2 storms and all those lurkers dead. Alright, so, storm does 80 damage. 2 storms. And they don't stack, but over about 8 seconds, 2 storms, 160 damage. The lurkers have 200 HP. So, that means all those lurkers dead. Alright, that's what it means.
The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you.
That's how math works. Assuming the storms all do all of their damage. Fleet Beacon. You already have... So, a lot... Pros will forget this as well. You already have a Stargate. You already built one earlier. You remembered. Okay. You see... Angry... Like... This... It's all downhill from here. There's a reason he got in first, because he's here. He's playing. It's pretty obvious. The difference between a player who obviously plays a lot and a player who plays in Twitch chat 98% of the time is very, very apparent. No, I don't get strikes for this. I don't get strikes because the person I'm coaching is actually fucking competent. I get surprised, amused, impressed. I don't get strikes for saying what to do and then they do it. That is just reinforcing the correct point. You guys aren't used to it because you don't know how to fucking play.
We embrace the glory of battle.
In what league should I start worrying about map vetoes? I would recommend, like, even early on, vetoing 2 maps. Not 3, 2. Just pick whatever maps look the ugliest to you, if you're below Platinum, and veto those. If you're above Platinum, maybe think about, like, if you need to wall off, like, what do you see a lot of pro players veto? But if you're below Platinum, the only reason I'm saying, like, pick a map to veto is so that way you spend any time thinking about what the maps look like. Because your average player is just like, oh, this is the 7th time I played on this map and I've never seen it before. Like, which is very common.
Upgrade complete. But at what cost? A mineral field. They're attacking your base. Mind out of that. You're fresh.
1 cannon.
Pylon is far more.
Your zealots just had to make sure.
Your probes. Defend them.
Unfortunately, this is an awkward... Okay, so here's the deal here. One cannon solves this. 1 cannon and maybe a shield battery. And you gotta build... It's not like you can't afford it. Okay? That's the details we need to add in.
Save those probes.
Did you not hear me? Save those probes. You can't build cannons without them.
Mineral field depleted.
No, he's not F2ing. What do you mean he's F2ing? He's not F2ing. He's actually using hotkeys. I would have pointed it out. There were plenty of opportunities. He's not. It's a bit of a struggle, but he's obviously not. Thank you, Twitch chat, though. It wasn't... Honestly, not if you can trade about evenly with lurkers, that's okay. It's not ideal. I mean, it is free. Like it went about 20% further than it should have, but it was fine. It was okay, especially because what makes it okay is this: the zealot counterattack. Which, oh my god, look at that zealot! Shit, that's the zealot dying. It's warping back out. Get me the fuck out of here. Also, we caught the lurkers mid-burrow. Because there should be no detection here, right? Yeah. They're burrowing. And they're gone. So, the strategic moves are not terrible here. The details are a little lacking. Like, you gotta have, at a higher level, oracles against
You're all mined out
lurkers.
of that enemies
Because
in your
observers
base.
can die.
You have engaged the enemy.
And this is about to become a very important point, isn't it? Yeah. And also, Storm is important, but not as important as Oracles. And you gotta just micro them. But of all the players that we've looked at, I think you have a better chance than most of actually microing Revelation. Worst case scenario, just keep pumping out Oracles. If it's one-time use Revelation, then die to Hydras, still a plus. Like, you need to see it to kill it. Unless you have
Pylons is
disruptors,
under
but
attack.
let's not do that.
Upgrade. Your probes are under attack. Your pylon's being deconstructed by the enemy. You took all the minerals from that.
Oh,
Simulator's exhausted.
what a mess.
Mineral pack is gone. Your upgrade.
This is where Storm comes in. Mama is gone. And also, I forgot the rest of the song as I started. So,
No more gas left in that geyser. I'm sure it didn't go to waste, right? Warp.
maybe we'll ask the queens on the other side. So this is where an oracle becomes very important. Also, how many hydras is that? Too many hydras. Right call. This is where DTs come in, zealot counterattacks, Billion Oracle,
A mineral
and Storm. Like, straight up, like, nearly 200 supply of hydras with good upgrades beats just carriers.
mineral field.
Usually.
Mind out.
There's some fuzzy areas there. But, like, if there's no Storm and there's no other damage coming in, like, the hydras, pound for pound and cost for cost, will win. Especially, like, I didn't want to say it, but but this is the scenario. This is the use case for Microbial Shroud. That's what it looks like, by the way. This is actually the time to use Microbial Shroud, because it reduces the damage of all air units by half. Now, of course, it doesn't reduce Storm at all, but this is actually the best case scenario for Microbial Shroud.
Thief.
Though, even then, probably could have still fought this. Probably. Okay, so this is where the game is lost. The game is lost here because you're about to win, but if you don't press the issue, then he's going to rebuild and actually be ready to fight.
Your probes. Defend them. Warp there. Oh. Army under attack.
Like, there should be no reason to be base trading here. You shouldn't find yourself in a scenario where you need to base trade with carriers, because carriers are a rich man's unit. And if you have no income, bad things happen.
Army under attack. Select all and panic.
I'm pretty impressed by the Zerg
Bases
as well.
are under attack. Do you recall? Your
Yeah,
base
you
is
can't
under
really
siege.
go mass carrier and then base trade, because you can no longer fund your war. This is where Storm comes in. Mr. 2900 gas and 0 minerals. If you You actually, so this is the awkward scenario where you have to stop auto-producing interceptors if you ever want money again.
Your base is under attack. Your pylon is under siege.
We meet our fate.
Yeah, like, what happened here is the classic, okay, I'm going sky toss, loses ground army. Like, no. The ground army is a small but very important part of beating this Hydra Lurker army. Like, you need Templar, Archons, ideally some Immortals, like...
They're attacking your base.
That's what makes it so he can't just build the on-paper counters, which are Microbial Shroud and Hydras. Like, that's the reason why Zerg players make fun of Microbial Shroud, because they're like, and you think he's not just gonna go Storm? It's just a Storm me button.
Your base is crumbling under enemy attack. Army under
Still
attack.
a scary
They're
army.
not mortals. Well,
Don't let him distract you. Oh my god, what's about to happen in this game?
mineral patch is gone. It's not coming back.
The Zerg's complaining. It is frustrating to deal with that many carriers, even if you do have the counters on paper. It always feels like the counter should be better. You gotta target the Infestors. It's too late. Microbial Shroud value.
Maru and Cyril make it look so easy.
That was a good game. Alright, so a cannon behind the wall, Oracle's quicker, and Storm. And yes, I know Storm is hard, but for one of the first times, I'm going to recommend not just using Immortal Archon charge lots.
New subscriber detected.
Storm what base?
Oh, I thought you said Storm what base. And I'm like, that's not how Storm works. That's real life. But A-. I mean, based on the amount of people describing me saying what should happen and then it happening, like, I'm amused. Twitch chat showing their true colors. Like, I say, now it's time to go Stargate. He goes Stargate. Strike for Winter! You didn't know he would go... No, that's what he's supposed to do. This is, it's like if, on reality shows, it's like, on The Bachelor, where he's like, oh, I like this girl. And then, on the first episode, and that's it. And then they just get married in 2 years and have a happy life. It's like, this is not what I was looking for. This is not what this is supposed to be. Alright. So it's all downhill from here. So the summary, Power Mose, is details. And don't be a bitch on your third. But details. Ah, Probius. Okay, so Probius is the Zerg player playing against Swarmy Boy, the Terran. Uh-huh. Makes sense. The GG is not offensive. I'm offended already. Probius, I would like to, because Probius knows this is not going to be. Now has almost 25,000 kills in Titanfall. Which, how does that relate to this match? I don't know. But, important to note. GG. Wait, did you just play? Or, like, is that how you greedy? What are you, Korean? many games against him. We exchanged the GG. You know, if you just rallied your drone down at the right time, you wouldn't be sitting there like this. The right time is, well, is after your first round. Like, if you rally one of your first drones finishing out of the hatch after your OV, then instead of checking out the natural, you will just have 300 minerals when you come down there. I know it sounds crazy. I normally can, but finger slipped, and I suffered for it. Do you consider yourself a particularly fast player, Proteus? No. A slower player? Much like your Lings and their speed upgrade. Would you agree? Now what are we doing with all this fancy gas? Will we make an overlord so that way you don't get supply blocked at 36? Maybe 2? I am incapable of more than 100 APM. We rate this statement true so far. No. No. I mean, you have the gas, but you also have 23 drones. Like, it's not the worst thing to do, but also, why here? Why are the Evo chambers going here? Why not a wall against, say, Hellions? So that way, the Hellions don't get in your base. If you tell me right now, you honestly looked at his natural, which I didn't do, and saw 2 barracks, so thought Hellions weren't a concern and you should protect your Evo chambers, I'll believe you. But otherwise, if you're going to get Evo chambers this early, you might as well make them useful. So, for when he drops me, okay, you're going to have to explain this one to me. For when he drops me, what does that mean? What does that mean to you? I'm not following. I don't know what that's an explanation for. Well, you see, if I put it closer to the drop location, they'll die. Uh-huh. Wait. Okay, so how is that a counter-argument to my put them at the natural to block Hellions idea that every single pro game has? It isn't. I have no counter. Alright, fair. I know a guy. So, like, if you... Also, what's the baneling nest for? It's 3 minutes in. You've now killed, we'll say, 3 drones. So, like, more than 1/10 of your economy is going into buildings you cannot afford. The Marines. Okay. But the Marines aren't here, and they're not going to be here anytime soon. He just finished his 2nd Rex. The earliest this can be a threat is around 5 minutes. Is the earliest a 2 Rex is a real threat. Just because you see something doesn't mean it has become an immediate and overwhelming danger. It means that it might be at some point. But as long as you don't just build a bunch of zerglings because you saw 2 Marines, like, it's better. Like, you're getting supply blocked at 36, which is not good. It's better than 28. As long, like, it's not the worst thing. It's not great, but it's not the worst. Yes, those are still Marines. He's gonna keep building Marines. Believe it. You know, okay. I don't like the Evo chamber timing. The real counter. Now, you've probably heard me. Probius, what am I gonna say? What unit are you not building? No, not drones. You're building drones. And queen. Queens! What do you see every single pro game? Let's just open up. Okay. I'm gonna open up right now. Clem versus Cyril. Now, Cyril lost this series. But let's see. I'm just any random time. Any of the games. Let's see. What does it look like? 5 minutes in. How many queens does Cyril have? Doesn't matter what he's up against. Up against Bio, it doesn't matter. Be clear. Okay, this is not a good example. He's building 3 queens at a time. And he already has 3 queens. Game 2. This is a lot of spoilers, by the way. Let's see. 4 minutes in. Building 2 queens. And oh, there we go. There's an Evo chamber timing. He built his Evo chambers around 4 minutes and 30 seconds. There you go. There's your baseline. I watched the games you should have watched already for you. You're welcome. Of course, I also did cast them and watch them originally, but there's your baseline. And if you're like, well, I need to adapt to the player I'm playing, remember, the player you're playing is a Platinum Terran. He should adapt to you. Queens.
Our forces are under attack. Mutation. Agreed to.
Notice how the Marines were not a threat. Okay, now, so now you're building queens when you should have a lair on the way. The best way to defend against this in a follow-up is getting Baneling speed on top of those upgrades. Like, you can't, you're just, it's like you forgot queens for 2 minutes, and you're like, oh shit, gotta make up for that. Except, that's exactly what happened, right? Like, Banelings don't counter Marines. All they counter is the Marines immediately doing damage. Remember, whenever Banelings attack, let's say you have 5 Banelings killing 20 Marines. Just, Age of Empires has gotten me more into numbers, alright? Because there are too many fucking numbers.
So you got a 25% at best at beating me.
So, 50, 5 Banelings at 50, 25 apiece. So that's 250 and 125. Against 20 Marines, which would be an insane set for 5 Banelings. 20 Marines is 1,000 minerals. That's a lot of minerals, actually. So, if you get that trade, you should take it. But let's be more realistic. Like 12 Marines in Medivacs is only 600 minerals. And now your Banelings are gone as well. 125 gas and 250 minerals. And there's another... And gas, on average, is worth between 2 and 3 times as much as minerals. It really does depend on, like, unit compositions and the stage of the game. Like, in the late game, gas... But in the supreme late game, gas is, In the early game, gas is very important, but not as important as making sure you have the minerals for your economy. Like, there are different types, like, okay. General Stonks. Here. here's for zerg. The value of gas. So here's gas value, mineral value. All right, M down there. Let's say 5 minutes, 10 minutes in your average game. Oh my god. Let's say 5 minutes, 10, 15, and then 20 plus. So early on, gas, no value. Minerals, everything. Wait, this... I'm confusing myself on grass. You get it. You get it. The higher this side, the y-axis, the better gas is. So it's kind of like that. And that's why right around here is when you have your queens to defend, and this is when you should have like 60 drones, like 6 minutes. And that way you can ramp up your gas production and actually get your tech. But if you get too much gas too early, you don't have enough minerals. And here you have a different problem, where you're spending your gas on banelings, which is... What? You said, my friend... Why am I saying... You said you have less than 100 APM. So why... One, that's a lie. But only because you're making lings and banes. Why are you going ling bane? Well, because it counters Marines. Roach Hydra counters Marines. It's a numbers game. Like, look, here's how to... You guys are wondering, what counters Marines? What counters banelings? The answer is, more shit counters less shit. If any one of these fuckboys was able to walk and chew gum at the same fucking time, they would win the game easily. But instead, both of them have an investment in the bank that will pay off 6 minutes down the line when they're composing their Battle.net forum post, as opposed to actually building fucking units. If either player could spend half of their bank, they would be up 20 supply. But no, here the fuck we are. Nobody gives a shit what units you're building because you're not building enough of them. That is the summary. He could go mass Marine, you could go mass Baneling, but you're not. You're sitting there wondering what counters Marines, and he's sitting there wondering what the fuck counters Banelings, because you're both playing a turn-based strategy game. Either go play Civilization, or maybe find some combination. I hear people love Total War, Warhammer, or whatever, the Total War 2 Warhammer. It confuses me, the series on that, but that has turn-based and it has RTS, and we're going to be doing a sponsored stream of it next week. But this isn't Total War. This is Starcraft. It's real-time. So, play it like that. No, stop with the Banes. Also, the first thing I get, maybe the first thing you did get was Bane speed, but Hydras. At least Hydras. At least Hydras. Why are you making an army that's gonna die to 3 Widow Mines? We're taking our macro turn, everyone. This is like playing Age of Empires now. It's like, okay, we fought, and now for 10 minutes, we will macro. No! What do you think he's gonna have? Just fly the fucking Overseer in. Why are you not going Hydras? Why are you building a Spire? Hydras. Lurkers, you know, like, ask a Terran about Lurkers. They don't like Banelings. Lurkers are like Banelings that don't die and have range. Because he doesn't build things that fly? Why are we talking about him? We're talking about you, motherfucker! You are the problem. Not the Platinum Terran over there.
Mineral field depleted. Mutant.
Also, let's circle back. So, the reason we built a spire is, quote, of all the reasons, he doesn't build things that fly. Implying somehow flying things will win the game because they'll counter his units or something? Is that? And this is how you know. So here's the difference. This is it. Nothing matters except this. Look at the production tab. As soon as we're even looking at each other a little bit, as soon as, like, you catch him out of the corner of your creep. And here we go. It's now time for micro turn. This is where the game is decided. It doesn't matter who takes a slightly better trade in this fight. What I think is both armies are going to be microed terribly with way too much effort. That's what's going to happen. And then we'll go back and figure out a way to spend 2,000 fucking minerals. Here we go. What? Go. 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 Where are you going? You just gave him time to burrow. Also, I'm appreciating your efficient army hotkeys here. That's really, like, Zerglings and Banelings are definitely not a finesse-oriented unit composition. You kind of just throw them wherever you want and they do work. Like, you can just, whatever. It's like water. So I'm sure it'll work out.
Under attack.
Oh, are we splitting? Oh, no. Okay, Twitch chat sub opportunity because this is depressing. Now think about it, like, he's putting a lot of effort in. Does the... Okay, wait. We gotta see if it is truly a counterattack. I was gonna put a sub opportunity, like, if he counterattacked, what chance it gets 3/4 of the way there, and then it comes back when he panic F2s? But... Oh my god, a split. Crazy. Okay, no sub opportunity. Once again, this is the entire problem. Nothing in this fight matters. Everything on the screen besides the top left and the top right is irrelevant to improving. I don't give a shit how this fight goes. I give a shit that either player, if one of these players had spent even half their money, they would be ahead no matter how, like, the Terran could right-click half his army into Banelings, not his whole army, but half his army. Or you could lose half your Banelings to one Widowmine, but if you spent your money, you'd be ahead. And same for him. Because it's not about... So, both players are punished. Well, everyone's punished for not producing. But think about it. Larva. Are you larva injecting? A little. I'm kind of surprised. But especially the larva on your base. So you have, what, 5 hatcheries. They each have 3 base larvae. There's 15 larvae right now that isn't refilling. That's a resource you're not spending as well. You should add, like, it should be like Age of Empires here. There should be a number. Like, you also have 15 idle larvae. And the Terran has 6 idle barracks. That's a resource that is not being utilized. That is a resource you are 100% ignoring. He has more than 15 larvae, but inject larvae is a little different. That's what you can actually bank up. Kind of like building more barracks is banking up a buffer for when you inevitably think you can micro. No one wins this fight. No one wins this fight. We all fucking lose. Strike 1. Strike 2 for the Terran. It was very satisfying. You thought the Zerg won that fight? He lost the fight. Yeah, a lot of Marines died, but more Banelings did, and he lost gas. Probius lost this fight by, like, a decent margin. If you thought the Zerg won, that is the problem, by the way. The Zerg lost, even though the Terran now no longer has units on the ground. Because which player has units that are going to help win the game in the long run? Which player has those units left over? Terran still has medevacs. Zerg has, what, like 12 banelings? 20 banelings? 1 Widowmine hit of banelings? He meant the explosions? I know what he meant. So you look at that, you're like, 74 more lings. That's the ticket. The one redeeming quality is the upgrades. Are you using base camera? So here's what happens if you don't have enough queens and you use base camera injects. Well, I mean, I think you can see it now. If you lose 1 queen or get 1... This is why I use camera locations. It's a little slower. But if you use base camera and your queens are slightly out of position, well, you use minimap injects. Well, how's that working out? It's better than not injecting. Can you see any flaws in this plan? I mean, sure. It's not a big deal to get another lair. It technically gives you 1 more armor and 500 more HP. So tell me how you're going to win the game, Probius. How are you going to win the game? Thank you, Pyroclock. By rolling a ton of Banes up a ramp into his army. You literally put up a ramp into the, like, on... Your game-winning strat is going up a ramp. Okay. That describes diamond zergs everywhere. Well, if I just get up this ramp, what could go wrong? I can't believe going up a ramp didn't work. Okay. So, Jim, get the binder out. Now, this meme actually works the other way here. But, you know what? I'm just gonna use this opportunity. Just remind people.
Don't try it. Don't try it. Don't try it.
Except the roles are reversed. But you got the gist. So the actual answer is Ultralisks. Because Ultralisks are just like, they don't they're bigger banelings, essentially. If they get in a bad fight, they're definitely gonna die. But at this level, I don't mind them, especially. You see, the Terran was taking his micro turn while you were taking your micro turn while he's taking his macro turn. Which, classic mistake. And that means the Terran's takeaway from this will be, I need to stare at my army more often. Oh, so that was illegal? Yeah, if you keep thinking, like, I can rely on a Terran paying no attention and having all of his units clumped up, unburrowed, and unsieged, then, like, continue on. There's nothing I can do to stop you. Those widow mines. My god. Alright. No, not this. So it kind of just ends. Shame. Shame. But for low diamond, it was a B. Like, the macro wasn't bad. The instincts weren't terrible, but the justifications and the game plan will not get you very far. The focus on taking a turn-based strategy game will not get you very far. But building a bunch of drones and eventually getting around to actually maxing out, you'll improve somewhat quickly. But it is still shame on you. That is still shame. Like, you can be successful and also be shameful. I mean, look at capitalism. So, just generally. So, and mods are like, oh god, he did it again. Jeff, please don't ban me. Speaking of capitalism, we have Kybrit, a Platinum Terran player. Just feeling on the downside. I set one of my dumbest. The others weren't better, but they were less stupid. I mean, that's the kind of game Terrans are like. Banelings are just a dumb unit for dumb people, and to that, I agree. Game plan was mental breakdown into reacting to what I see in his base when I scout. Oh, wait. The mental breakdown. When do you scout? How long did you allot for a mental breakdown? Like 1.5 minutes. You got it penciled in? He cannon rush me. Okay, like that's kind of an important detail. So wait. Then why are you reacting? React to the cannons. What? Okay, you know what? So what happens, I assume, based on Kybrit's description, is there is no cannon rush. At some point, there are cannons somewhere on the map. The mental breakdown will last somewhere around 12 minutes, and then he'll build battle cruisers. That's what and he'll say he went bio. He'll build 12 Marines and then go battle cruiser.
SCV ready.
But we'll see.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Uh-huh. Okay, so that's pylon. So a very important point is that Terran buildings can fly. Just want to throw that one out there. Uh-huh. No, don't go for the... He can build another pylon. The pylon doesn't shoot you anymore. The cannons shoot you. You can just kill the cannon. At least the cannon that's close. Bunkers also exist. But, like, in the campaign, it says depower this... Oh, I'm sorry. Let me put my swan voice on. Hey there, big boy. You depower those PROTOSS pylons, and you're going to be able to take out the cannons. But you gotta get some big bada boom hardware first. I've been cooking it up in the armory. Come on, hotshot.
Build a fancier.
He's just gonna build another pylon. Also, we finally got around to the important point, which is if he doesn't have high ground vision, he just can't do anything. So...
Your army is getting hungry. Build them more deep. SCV ready. SCV. SCV ready.
Add-on is done.
He's gonna build another zealot. And that's gonna get your Marines... Overall, this isn't a terrible cannon rush defense. Like, eventually we got around to realizing you can kind of just build a bunker. Stop targeting the fucking pylon. Kybrit, tell me right. No one else. No one else. How much HP, effectively, including shields, does a cannon have? And how much HP does a pylon have? That include either both combined or a breakdown. 200 cannon and 300 pylon. 100, 100. Well, both are wrong, but at least in the right way. A cannon has 300 effective HP, 150, 150, and a pylon has 400. So, important to note. At 200, 200. So, and also, another important point, pylons don't shoot at you. Not anymore, once again. In this case, if you had just killed the first cannon that was anywhere close to your ramp, it would have kind of just been the solution. But the focus on killing pylons has gotten many Bronze League heroes killed. Where are you going? Where are you going? What are you doing? Why? Why? Of all things. Of all things. I will float my natural there. I repeat my previous question. I built natural in main. No, I can see that. My question was why. Just repeatedly, asked every 30 seconds.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Wow.
So you see a Stargate. You just clicked on the
You mined all
Stargate.
those minerals already. Look at you.
So you're like, what I should do is isolate my bases against air units. No, the real thing behind it is I'm too much of a bitch to go down my ramp to the natural, so trying to hide on the map like a little bitch makes me feel safe. Thus is the Terran way.
Ready to plunder.
Even though having your forces consolidated, defending your main and your natural... Kybrit, why is it called the natural expansion? Do you know why it's called the natural expansion? Oh yeah, Maddox, I forgot to text, to DM you, but I didn't see your messages till after. Here's the context. Corrales actually didn't give me the observer cam for a little bit because he's like, oh, he's casting with a Korean dude. So like, what's up with that? You said you were casting with Maddox, so I had to go back and forth. So I just kind of assumed that was the case. He's very particular. Good for him though. It's where you naturally expand. Yes, you're right, Kybrit. You're right, by the way. That's just back to that. It's called your natural because it's your natural expansion. So like, fuck that, right? Also, it feels like the mental breakdown was after the cannon rush. This is like the PTSD here. The cannon rush was handled pretty well, to be honest. But now... oh. So a Void Rain decided to mass Marines. And also take this as your natural. Like... I don't...
Ready for dust off.
Armed and ready. SCV ready.
You are fresh out of the add-on complete.
SCV ready. Gangway.
Ready for
SCV ready.
Upgrades done. The add-on is finished, so you have no excuse.
He's getting +2 attack. I think
To
this
build
is a
something.
breakthrough.
Go, go, go.
Research is done.
Gangway. SCV ready.
Out of minerals.
So there's this awesome thing, like, what's the most important upgrade for Marines? Guybrit.
Wants some? SCV ready.
Especially for your
Mineral
Marines.
field depleted.
SCV ready.
Stim, no. Other way. Other
Your units are
direction.
augmented.
SCV ready. You want a piece of me?
Ready for dust.
SCV ready.
Combat shields. Combat shield is worth more than all the armor upgrades combined in most cases. It's 10 extra HP.
Add-on complete.
Armed and ready.
That commands an upgrade complete.
I told you I forgot it. I don't know. You told me you did a lot of things terribly but still sent this in. Because I guess this is a money laundering operation or something. I don't know what you're doing over there at Stanford, which is the made-up university. I went to a real university. University of Phoenix. Okay.
Go, go, go.
Add-on is done. Doesn't that look fancy?
Who wants some?
You might be like, Winter, Kybrit paid good money to get into Stanford, and I'd be like, you know what? That makes sense.
Armed and ready.
Upgrade's done.
Gangway coming through. Go, go, go.
Your units are augmented.
Gangway coming through.
So we scouted a Stargate like 7 minutes ago, and we've just been building up ever since.
This better be good. You want a piece of me, boy?
Neither player has decided to do any sort of aggressive anything. There was one Liberator after the cannon rush, and now we're just kind of chilling. So, like, you know this is wrong. Kybrit knows this is wrong, but he likes it that way. You might be like, no, we've kind of dispelled with the idea of giving useful advice, because it's like if you're throwing eggs, you're trying to cook an egg and you throw it at a brick wall. That's how the advice works.
Want some?
Out of minerals. I don't look as a soul.
Don't move out until maxed. Well, that's one of the advices, I guess. I'm sure you'll bring all your units with you when you max out, and not just Marines and Medivacs, right?
You want a piece?
Upgrade's done.
This better be good.
I remember when this was all...
Not that you have many other units.
Now look at it. Vespene guys are exhausted. Your research is done. Don't get out of here.
He's maxed.
Someone.
Oh my god. And so, if only there was some way we could have defended this base. If only there was some way it wasn't completely vulnerable with no defenses. But I don't know what the fuck it would be. I just have no idea.
Trying to kill your FCV.
It's already dead, but sure, let's go defend it.
Base is under attack.
I mean, the Marines will win, because that's how Marines do. But really, what happened is we all lost in this game. Because we had to watch it. Hey, at least he brought his tanks. I guess that's improvement. So, there you go. So, remember, Probius's game was against a Platinum Terran. Kybrit is a Platinum Terran. So, if you're like, oh my god, these Banelings just crushed it, well, that is Platinum Terran for you. And Platinum is not a big range. There's not that much MMR. It's
New
less than
subscriber
one tier of
detected.
done. So,
That
just,
was great.
Just tying it all together. It was not great. It was not good. Once again, you know, half and half. It was like the maxing out with full upgrades and actually bringing your units was improvement. But also like 4 asterisks and the little cross sign that they use when they're out of asterisks as like, also check this shit out, but differently. I don't know what that means. I just assume it's a fancy asterisk because it's used the same way. But Marines. They'll get you there. Especially against people like if the PROTOSS had a reasonable macro follow-up to the Cannon Rush, he wouldn't be fucking platinum. So against cheesy players like that at this level, your best bet is just sit back, build workers, get upgrades, max out, and fucking kill them. And that's mostly what he did. So next is Ruse Master. Why did I say it like that? I don't know. Thank you, Sonetta Gaming, for 5 months. Who is a arguably Diamond Zerg? Advanced Platinum? Yeah, Advanced Platinum. Could we just get, like... Okay, so he's won, like, 8 out of his last 10 games, and the games he lost were, of course, ZVZ. Could we get one time without people sending in their account where they lose? At least, like, 4 out of their last 10 games? No. No. Because that would take any sort of... Like, the ego can't take that. Let's be honest. Like, this is an advanced... At first, I thought people sending their accounts would be like... And for a little bit, it was... Okay, I actually want a breakdown here. But no, I went on a win streak. And even if that's not the thought process, let's see. Alright, we lost to ZVZ. It happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lost another ZVZ. 6 and 2. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 and 2. In our last 15 games.
Detected.
Good job.
Hi, winner.
Let's watch the last game. I'm on a losing streak if you want to look at mine for funsies, but yeah, you wouldn't pay me to look at it. Unless you're into that. Like, the only person who does that is Kybrit. So, there's also a second part of it. I actually want to break down... There's one potential redeeming quality to this replay. Like, besides the, hey, look, I'm winning a lot. But let's break one thing down. No. Well... Can we go by month? No. Current year. Wait, this isn't helpful. Oh, because all the data points are from this month. I just started playing after 5 years. Okay. There you go. I'll give you that. 'Cause new season. Oh yeah, that's also fair. I don't think it affects the amount of games played, though.
New subscriber detected.
Thank you, Huge Weeb. Gifting the Mega Puff Ranger. And Bioeffect.
Oh, a follower.
34 months.
Is that all?
Take this sub.
And now we got a scam train going. Remember, if you participate in the scam train, you get shitty emotes, and I get more money. Subscribe today. Ruse Master, what am I gonna say? No, not the gas. Stop giving him the answer. Evos. Well, he didn't get there. Fucking queens! Oh yeah, queens. No, no, no. Oh no, queens. Not oh yeah, queens. They should just be queued up most of the time. They weren't super late.
Metamorphosis complete.
But they are incredibly important, as we've already been over. So here's what you're going to need to be able to do. Is micro your zerglings, and then also anything else. I know, it's tough. We're in advanced platinum right now. But this is why I recommend not even getting zergling speed for many players.
Oh, a follower. Is that all?
Kybrid is Winter's red-headed stepchild.
He can't afford it. That's why I Roach Hydra. Fair. But yeah, you need to do anything else while that's happening instead of being like, okay, macro turn. Yeah, that's a ghost. The counter, so when you see a ghost, here's the actual counter, is build a spine. Because they can snipe anything else, and they're not bad with Hellions against Zerglings. So, a spine crawler is actually... it's one of the few times you need a spine early. But they can't snipe a spine crawler for some reason, so... I'm actually surprised at how little you're reacting to the fact he had a fucking ghost. You probably should be reacting to the fact he had a Did you see the ghost? It's very spooky! Spooky ghost! That was fine, though. That was good. The power of queens. The queens died so that you may live. You just... Honestly? I didn't see the Ghost Academy. No, not the Ghost Academy. You actually saw the fucking ghost. You saw a ghost under your overlord you were looking at. I was on your vision. It walked out of the barracks across your screen. And we were on your camera. I guess it got that auto cloak upgrade, which is pretty good. You know, it's probably a good thing you didn't see it. Because... once again, this is diamond. So, you probably would have overreacted instead of not reacting. And not reacting got you just fine because his attack was dumb and took way too long. So, you know what? Continue being blind. It's working for you. That's not actually sarcasm. Honestly, like, worrying more about yourself than your opponent is how you actually improve. What happened there? I think a Hellion. Do you see that? Okay. Enhance! Enhance! So there's this thing called the mini-map. I know I just talked about being blind. Oh, a ghost walked into you and it died. You know what? I just said continue being blind and then criticized you for being blind, and it worked out again. I keep outplaying myself here. Oh, no. You know what you're doing here. You're microing again. Stop it. Stop. Scouting roaches. No. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. It's time to stop. Stop microing ever. You're playing Zerg. Come on. See what happens the split second you micro? It's not a second. It's actually like 25 seconds. But, you are producing 0 units of any kind, and the upgrades you have didn't start recently either. What I want you to do is in your next 3 games, go to the replay and see every time you start with... check the first 3 times you get 1,000 minerals. This is well over 1,000 minerals, but the first 3 times you get 1,000 minerals. And then all you want to do is look at why. Or 1,000 gas, 1,000 resources in general. Why do you have 1,000? Oh, because I was microing 2 fucking roaches to not kill an SCV. Cool. So now that you have this information, how does it change what you were going to do? You were still going to build Roach Hydra anyways. Like, it just takes longer now.
Mutation. Metamorphosis complete. Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, you really don't see the minimap, do you? This guy's crazy. The correct answer to this is just build more shit than him. Come on! It's very... This is why I say you gotta check it. Because, this is exactly the Twitch chat Grandmaster style of playing. Because if I played a ladder game, I guarantee you, not you specifically, but people like you would be like, oh my god, 2,000 minerals in that fight. But they play 1 game. And here we are. That's what it looks like.
Mutation. Complete metamorphosis.
You microed against fucking rocks. It was rocks. And we're here. The rocks take a lot of micro, okay? Like, in your mild defense, you have a lot of income because you built drones at some point. But you can't bank up 2,000 minerals while microing against rocks. What do you think I'm going to say? Looks like a campaign mission. No, this is the one time I'm not talking about the bank. No. What do you want to find out how many tanks he has? Not enough. It's still a dumb idea. Just go around. Go to another ramp. This time it worked out because he lost half his army before, but if he was actually building one and getting upgrades, holy shit, the Terran had no upgrades. So overall, upgrades are good, units are good, but you're still playing turn-based Zerg, and eventually you'll find players that are not playing a turn-based game. No GG. But it was still good. Like, obviously, the details were missing, but next 3 games, each time you get 1,000 resources, just take a note. Mentally, physically, write it on your fucking arm or something. I don't, like, why do you have 1,000 resources and no units producing? Drones, OVs, Hydras, whatever. But you're literally, you saw it. You know what I mean. At what rank should you start microing instead of just attack moving on their base? I mean, you gotta, it's a matter of percentages, right? And we'll learn all about percentages momentarily. But I'd say when Micro really starts to have, like, even at, like, not until, like, Clem versus Raynor. Or Beyond ever. Generally. Beyond is just don't. Just don't, guys. It's like parting. It's like, don't. Just don't do it. Don't. Please. I zoned out. But probably mid-masters. Around like 4,500 MMR NAEU is when you really start to have, like, there are points where you need to micro, and you're going to lose if you don't. That's an alright, by the way. The mistakes were typical and easily pointed out. And I think would be obvious to you in a replay yourself, but they're still important to fix. It's just kind of how RTS is played. It's real-time strategy. Not that.
Say all men, you know, they say all men are created equal, but you look at me and you look at Small Joe, and you can see that statement is not true. See, normally if you go one-on-one with another wrestler, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal. So you got a 25% at best at beating me. And then you add Kurt Angle to the mix, your chances of winning drastically go down. See, the three-way at Sacrifice, you got a 33 and a third chance of winning. But I got a 66 and two-thirds chance of winning. Who does that? Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me, and he's not even gonna try. So Samoa Joe, you take your 33 and a third chance, minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning at Sacrifice.
What a strong player.
But then you take my 75% chance of winning. If we used to go one-on-one and then add 66 and two-thirds
This is the stupidest fucking thing
I got
in the world.
141 and
Yeah,
two-thirds
fuck
chance
you.
of winning at Sacrifice.
What a pile of shit.
See, Joe, the numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you at Sacrifice. Sacrifice! Sacrifice! Sacrifice!
Next. Lucky's. A Platinum Terran. We are just going back and forth on this. Except this time, the siege tanks win. Me, yes. Thank you for having the same name as you have in game. Very convenient. Plays plat, I'm like 2.4K. Let's just put it this way. If you're describing to me how very recently your placement matches went, you probably shouldn't be here, but thank you for your money. Let's see. What are you doing? Where are you going? What are you looking for? What are you doing? What are you doing? This wasn't a rhetorical question. What are you doing? Hatch block. No. Stop it. don't. You're not a PROTOSS. Maybe stop blocking your own plan first.
SCV ready.
You're gonna do a gas first hatch block. How are you gonna afford all this? You gonna get a small loan of 1,000,000 minerals or some shit? What is the gas for? What's the, like, I already hate it. So I'm glad I prefaced this with, if you're telling me about your placement matches, you haven't had enough games to actually benefit from Angry Coach. Not that anyone ever tries. So once again, explain to me, Reaper. So what do you need to build a Reaper? What is the requirement? You don't need to go gas first for a Reaper. Where did you learn your build? You know what? Actually, where did you learn this build? What's your inspiration for this? He's on his iPad, guys. Give it a sec. I don't know. I feel like just keep repeating that every 30 seconds and you'll answer most of my questions. Seemed like a good idea at the time. It's not. It's a bad idea.
SCV ready.
If only, like, you know, Starcraft is a difficult game, and making educational content just doesn't seem like a profitable endeavor. So unfortunately, there's not really very many resources out there that are free on the YouTube. But I think if you look hard enough, you can find something. I've heard Zuka is good, but I think he's mostly PROTOSS.
New subscriber detected.
I love you.
The beauty of this is that actually wasn't, like, that was successful. And I hate it. Like, no, the takeaway shouldn't be this was a good idea. The takeaway should be your opponent is that dumb. But somehow this is actually successful. The gas timing works kind of well for the factory reactor timing I have. Yeah, when you just don't build SCVs, you have enough minerals to get your barracks and factory on time. I agree. Notice here. Well, so what you do is you don't build an SCV after the depot finishes, because that way is the only way you can afford a barracks. It takes 12 seconds to build an SCV. That was about 10 seconds. You didn't build one. So, if you just sacrifice having one SCV, also, never mind, not also, no also.
SCV ready.
It's a bad build. Don't do it. If you keep doing it and you want to be creative and you want to do your own builds, well then fuck off and stop sending in replays. Or continue, and I'll just keep turning them off. But we'll give you the benefit of the doubt for a couple more minutes. I'm sorry, that's a lie. Oh, he put the smiley face first, and then he put the sad face after. Now we got it. So a lot of people don't have the patience. Some of my guides are like 3 hours long. The build order guides are like 10, 15 minutes long, sometimes 20. And that's a lot of commitment. So, like, if only someone out there, like, building a build order guide that was a more palatable length would be helpful. Wouldn't you agree? Like, maybe a couple minutes. Something that you could fit in a fucking Facebook video and put a bunch of text and no copyright music over it or some shit like that. Well, if only someone had done that, that would be very convenient. Starting the game, I decided to go Terran. I rally my SCV JK, no I don't, to the depot early. When do I build it? 3 at my, no, just 1 depot 14. Right off the bat, rally your SCV and build it at the ramp, and that's all you see. Don't do any sort of weird bullshit. Build a barracks after, on 16, adding another worker. 17 refinery, 2 more SCVs, you can rally to the scout at 18. But nothing past that, the barracks is finished, build your orbital, that's all we want. No Reaper for you, just build Marine, and your fucking orbital. I don't want to see another fucking Terran who comes in here with no fucking orbital. Scan like Costco. Drop those mules. Either way, build a fucking orbital. Stop. Stop it. Never again. And also your first depot, but whatever. That too. I'm not a rapper. What is this weird bullshit you're doing? Is there anything you're missing?
SCV ready.
You have 600 APM jerking off your keyboard right now. And 0 orbitals.
SCV ready.
I don't want another fucking Terran to come in here with no fucking orbitals. No other weird bullshit. Don't build a Reaper. But unfortunately, 2 minutes of a build order guide, actually it's like a minute and a half, was too much for you to ask. That was too much to ask. I don't know how you found Angry Coach, but didn't find that. If you guys would like a demonstration on why we don't build Reapers, this is it.
We finished that add-on.
No. Alright. Goodbye. Fuck off. You might be like, Winter, he paid for the whole replay. Yeah, and if he doesn't fix everything up to that point, there's no point in the rest. So here are the options. 1, he acknowledges that everything he did was wrong, and I guess he needed $15 for someone else to say it, and looks to improve. Or he gets mad I didn't watch the whole replay, in which case it wasn't about improving, it was about your 15 minutes of shame, and I gave you the 4 we needed. Shame.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Next. Diamond Terran. Moving up. And Dorvin, just to point out, had to pay the critical thinking tax because he neglected to provide his replay with the original link. So we needed an additional. Just keep that in mind. We'll see if that factors in. And I notice here he's using drop.sc. Drop.sc in case you didn't know, is also SC2 replay stats, but for lazy people who don't want to put the effort in. So let's also keep that in mind. With that said,
Your supply blocked. CV ready.
you have 500 APM. You know what I said to the last dude who had a 500 APM while missing parts of their early game build? I don't know if you were here. At least you didn't try to block his hatch. But you're one of your SCVs was like 3 seconds late. That's not a big deal. But the reason it was 3 seconds late is because you need to hit your hotkeys a few more times. I have stopped doing that, but you sent me this game. So here are the options. 1, you sent me a game that no longer applies to you, which shows bad decision-making. Or you're lying, which shows untruthfulness and probably bad decision-making. So which is it? Diamond Terrence. Moving on.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. Your workers are under attack. Run your workers away. You need your command center's been spruced up.
Yeah, he got his orbital. He's probably using a build order from the time when his announcer did build orders, which is still valid. Terrans are lucky. Essentially, almost literally, if you change the supplies a little, you could do the same opener as you could do in 2012. Like, yes, these supplies are slightly different, but the order in which you get things is almost exactly the same. Like, people have been going reactored Hellions since 2010. It's a euthermal build. It's a euthermal. Don't tell me this is the fucking drop one. Or don't tell me you make a medevac in the first 5 minutes. The problem with euthermal, not euthermal, but the problem with people using euthermal builds is, like many pro players, euthermal assumes that people can micro and macro at reasonably the same time. And every single time someone comes in here, and I've seen it a few times, I don't know, like, I guess he's getting some traction out there. People are like, I'm doing the euthermal build. I'm like, so that's why you have 1,200 minerals. This is not okay. You can pay respects to In Control, which you should. But, you know what I think is a little disrespectful, and I think he'd be amused by, is this is fucking day 9. It's day 9. Come on. I gotta...
SCV ready.
Rest in peace is day 9.
SCV ready.
Day 9, well known as the son of Kara LaForge, the business administrator at Frost Giant Games, and of course, better known as the brother of Tasteless. And also, he occasionally does his own stream if you check him out.
Ugh, your workers. Add-on complete. SCV ready.
His stream is always sub-only, chat. Good for him. Good for him.
SCV ready. Add-on complete. You may now play musical building. SCV ready. Your command center is better than
There's no criticism there. I've debated it. Occasionally, it's the best tactic, especially if you're playing games you're not an expert at. But we dip in and out. Maybe we'll get... I dream to have the success to put it in sub-only mode without feeling a little bad. He probably feels a little bad. Not bad enough.
It's go time.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Ready to race? Ready.
So a very key part of this build is hitting in a timely manner. Are you not supposed to get concussive shells?
SCV ready. Kaboom! SCV ready.
Like, is that not part of the build?
Ready to race ahead. SCV ready.
You don't just sit here. Why are you just sitting here? Yeah, I just noticed I forgot it. Yeah, that seemed kind of important.
Ready to race
Like, where are you going? You don't do like a quick drop build and then wait around for 30 seconds. Honestly, in my opinion, you shouldn't do a drop build at all. When was the last time you built a fucking SCV? Okay, so you're building only one now.
CV ready.
Now after that you're building 0. This is why, like, my opinion of drops for especially everyone but like maybe the higher diamond players is don't.
SCV ready.
I was supposed to stop. Well, another thing is, if you're doing a professional player's build and they say stop building SCVs, I recommend don't do that build because you're not nearly good enough to pull it off in a way that matters. This entire time, you're banking 400 minerals. Okay. I was pretty sure the CC is going down. But the point is, you always have enough for more SCVs. Because you're not doing the build well. Just keep building SCVs. Even if, like, maybe at 5k plus MMR is when you can be like, okay, now I cut my workers. No, you only cut your workers if you're spending your money correctly. Otherwise, you're just wasting it.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
What are these fucking Terrans doing? He just doesn't have any units. Okay, so both of them are gonna do stupid drops. Way too late. We're 5.5 minutes in. You could have done a 2-1-1 by now. With 16 Marines with Stim, which probably would have won the game for either side. But they're both doing these stupid medevac builds that don't, like, and they can't, they're hitting each other with pool noodles. Oh, good thing you got that medevac out. I'm glad. So here's the difference. The difference is not who executes their fucking finely tuned euthermal build. No, the difference is who builds fucking SCVs while it's happening. Sure, you might have killed SCVs. Well, he also killed 3. I guess of the Reaper early? I'm not sure. Build SCVs. Both of you. Jesus Christ. It's not about what he is doing. It's about what you're not doing. Your greatest enemy in StarCraft and in life is yourself. But I'm not a life coach. I'm an angry coach. Which might also include life, but not that one.
A mineral patch just went kaput.
Build, like, you can't, no. The first thing should be build SCVs. Build workers. You're ahead on workers. Christmas miracle. Because you have the money. You don't want to queue them up. You just want to get in the rotation.
SCV ready.
The add-on completed at the building you're probably about to lift off.
Okay. Why are you walling? What's the wall for? Explain to me why we're wasting money on these depots. Are you building a wall because it makes you feel safe? You're not supply block. Yeah, so we're spending hundreds of minerals on depots up against a marine tank army. Against a marine tank army, who does the wall benefit more? Think about it. Him. We are going out of our way helping our opponent because you're acting like a bitch.
Your command center. Add-on complete. SCV ready.
At least it seems like you have the macro instinct since we got, like, I don't think it's bad to follow a build, but if the build at any point tells you to build a medevac in the first 5 minutes, pick a new one. Doesn't, like, I didn't watch Beyond versus Maru yet. I bet Beyond is probably building medevacs all over the place. But Raven. Just build a Raven. It does whatever you want. You can pretend to go pressure him.
Confirmed.
You can defend yourself.
Hey,
Raven.
Winter, made it to Platinum, but I think I will never leave it. Looking to see if I have enough hope to make it to Diamond, or if I should just stop sad face.
I just want to point out, by the way, you saw him, not that this is something to factor in that much, but you saw him load up right as you came in. The only reason that fight was kind of close is because he was loading into medevac. So obviously he wanted the drop because he's a Diamond Terran, and Diamond Terrans fear confrontation. See this game for all the sources you need. Did you just lose both your NG base? Here we go again.
They're attacking your base. Research complete.
Why aren't you building units? Build units out of your unit buildings. I know, it's important to rebuild your base, but if you just built like 12 Marines, you could kill this. He has... Also, losing your upgrades was completely unnecessary. Like, let's go back. I just want to make sure that you are a total bitch, and it wasn't like this was an overwhelming army. Okay, so... Okay, so this is fucking 5 Marines and 2 tanks. With no upgrades. I'm pretty sure the SCVs could kill that. It would hurt. This is a build I used to get to Platinum in Wings of fucking Liberty. Except it was on one base, but the maps, like, it was Wings of Liberty. 2 tanks, 8 Marines, 2 medevacs, no upgrades. I went from silver to platinum in like a week. Fucking 10 years ago! This is not, like, literally the SCVs could kill this. The SCVs, with a little bit of a spread, they don't even have stim! Holy shit! What a bitch! I was a Terran player at the beginning of Wings of Liberty. I started as Terran because all my friends said Terran was OP. And Terran was OP because in the first year of SC2, mules mined extra on gold bases, and gold bases were everywhere, and maps were tiny. And also, you didn't need a supply depot to build a Rax. So people just float to the gold base, which is like 2 feet away for some reason on most maps, mine it while proxy raxing halfway across the map, which is like 3 bases long. Terrans were actually 50% of GSL in the first few seasons. It's now down to 100% of the last 2 GSL finals. Wait, no. About 70% of all the finalists in GSL this year. So we've really worked on that. But the summary is, instead of losing all of your upgrades, a bunch of SCVs, and most of your main, you could have attacked this with SCVs, you little fucking bitch. But instead, you should just lift, run away, and go whine on Twitter, because that's the rest of the U-Thermal build. I'm too mean to him.
Research complete.
Like, it's literally 5 Marines and 2 tanks. They don't even have stim or combat shields. Like, why are you respecting him? You have the same army you had at the start of all this, and now you decide this is the time? Like, you had this army the whole time, but you let everything die, and you're like, I guess now's a good time. I killed one medevac. What you do is you just spread your units out in A move instead of right-clicking on a tank. Oh my god. Oh god, it's so bad. Oh, Jesus Christ. You need to build units. You need to do anything. You're just sitting here. This is why diamond players do drops. Because drops work so well against them because of the mental paralysis. Like, you spent so much time and effort walling off the front. Even after physically seeing him load up into a medevac. And then suddenly, there are 2 medevacs of units in your base in what is the smallest logical leap for man, and also the smallest logical leap for Terran kind. It's like, oh my god, I can't believe he went for 2 medevacs of units.
Research.
So you lose a fight, and it's like, well, I guess this is his base now. Holy shit. I'm sorry. Let me just make sure. I forgot. I didn't add the counter because I didn't know how many Terrans. Well, I mean, it's not exclusive to Terran. It just has been so far. There we go. Total bitch. Lock it in.
The enemy attacking your base.
Oh my god. The amount of damage that 5 Marines and 2 siege tanks has done. You've taken... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Dying one by one. They have families, for God's sake.
Wow.
Add-on complete.
YouTube, give me a thumbnail. Are we there yet? It's gonna be good. YouTube recognizes parts of the video that look significantly different. It actually has suggested thumbnail. And that's why that works. Sometimes. Not always.
Oh, it's so fucking stupid. It hurts so much.
Build unit. Like, it's 5 Marines. And 2 tanks. If you can't handle 5 Marines and 2 tanks... I don't know how you got here.
Your base is under attack.
How long is this game? Oh, is this one of those? Ah, I think it's one of those. He just, like, doesn't die because the other Terran forgets combat shields and upgrades forever. And then the epic comeback after he realizes, like, the other Terran is building units. He just forgot upgrades. His upgrades are, like, 5 minutes late. So, let's see. This will, I think that locks in the shame here. I bet the other Terran says something dumb. That's my prediction. Don't spoil it for me, Dwarven Killer. I mean, I'm just basing this on all the bitch-ass Terrans I've seen before. We'll see.
Your command center.
Will it burn? Oh, it's being repaired. By a mule.
This better be good.
How is this even possible? It's diamond.
Deep.
Like, what that other Terran did was the equivalent of stabbing. Like, he stabbed Dwarven in the kidney, but he also, like, had a heart attack while doing it. So he had to go to the hospital, and when he woke up, he realized he had no upgrades. Let's try putting all the production facilities on a hotkey. I mean, they are. I'll let you know the reason I sent this in when we got here. So the reason isn't... None of this was the reason. Then. We haven't gotten to the reason yet. You see, every single time, not every single time, 94% of the time someone isn't subscribed. Like Dorvin, not subscribed. I see that Prime Gaming badge, and that's okay. But remember, Angry Coach costs $15 minimum. I'm just saying. There are people who have an intent to improve, and then there are people who have an intent to, hey, look at this game, bro.
Mineral field.
You're like, Winter, I don't subscribe to Age of Empires streamers. Well... Like, now that we've gotten over the drunken brawl of the first 12 minutes, he's winning. Because the other Terran just built a bunch of units and did a lot of damage. But he kind of ran out of steam. Ah, yes, the great supply block. The great supply block of 15 minutes. Go back. And now let's see why my recommendation again for drops is no.
New subscriber detected.
I love it when you trash Diamond's commentary. LMAO.
Depleted.
Built a few units. 0 tanks and 0 medevacs.
SCV ready. Add-on complete. A mineral patch just like
So you might be like, well, Winter, it worked. The other Terran, much like myself, just kind of A-moved his whole army to the main. Yeah, he's just as bad, if not worse, than you. You need to build fucking tanks. You're not building any tanks. Like, imagine if the tanks on the low ground had been sieged. Then you just lose 30 supply, and also lose another few dozen, doing next to no damage. But the tanks weren't sieged. You didn't fucking scan. You got lucky. If you want to play a game reliant on getting lucky, go play fucking Hearthstone. Don't just randomly throw shit out there and hope it sticks. Build units. Tanks are good. Build them. Like, you have 2 factories, do you not? You do. 0 tanks in production. You must not have the money. My bad. 0 medevacs, and you just lost several just throwing shit around. Oh, there goes the last tank. We're building some more now.
your command.
So, this is the moment where we'll determine if he's too far gone. Because if he picks up into those goddamn medevacs, it's over. Like, that's strike 2, and also, there's no breaking that habit. He's just going to be in the diamond mines indefinitely. Because, like, they can't help it. It's like, whoa, I have medevacs, I have marines, like...
Can't transport workers.
So far, so good. Actually putting an army together. Every moment he's not trying to micro isn't terrible.
Depots required.
Besides the opener. The opener was bad. But the follow-up was mostly good. Focused on upgrades, production, more bases. And then micro happens, and it all goes downhill. And then we go back to macro, it's good. Then micro happens again, etc., etc. Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Run your work.
If only there was some way to, like, bring Marines over to kill that Liberator and also have Marines on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, that technology does not exist. Is there ever a good time to do drops? There are plenty of good times to do drops at the lower levels. But the vast majority, over 90% of the time, there are better options. There are plenty of good times. Like, you can say, like, this is a good time to drop. The army's probably out of position. We don't know exactly, but it's almost certainly a better investment to do anything else. Like, I'm not saying it's not a good time. I'm saying you can't handle it.
There's a way.
So you, with no scan, you decide this is a good... Like, why? Tell me why. Like, you already saw that's a planetary. Oh, did he scan? I don't know if it's worse or better if he scanned. Like, he scans, he sees a planetary and 2 tanks. He's like, you know what? I got this. So this is all he sees during the scan. And then a Liberator sieges up and he just kind of pauses for a while. Oh my god. Like, for 15 seconds. Now we're dealing with a... By dealing with a Liberator, we mean running the fuck away. This is the reason I sent it in. I don't know what the fuck to do. Here's what you don't do, is lose your entire army to siege tanks. Are you telling me it took up to this point, and you're like, what do I do? How about you build some fucking siege tanks? Is that possible? Did he have a monopoly on the fucking siege? Does he have a patent or some shit? And you can no longer cease and desist? Because the only thing that's going to cease and desist is my brain and your MMR. If you keep doing this stupid fucking shit. How do you really come here and tell me, I don't know what to do? He has less bases than me, and I can't stop running into siege tanks. It's a real problem. Yeah, I agree. If you can't come up with a better solution than sending it to me and telling me what the fuck to do against siege tanks when I have 2 more bases, I'm up 30 supply, I have better upgrades, I have total map control but no self-control, you can't come up with anything better. You're like, Winter, help me out. I can't help you. No one can help you. You may have needed help whenever you were 7 or 8 years old, whatever the fuck happened there. Or maybe 2 years old and you were dropped like you do with your medevacs on your head as a goddamn child. But at this point, there is no help. I have no help for you. If you can't figure it out, I can't either. With that said, let's watch.
Your workers are under attack.
You lose 10 workers to a Liberator. No response. Besides, well... There goes that 30 supply lead.
Your workers are under attack. Upgrades done. Time to start your command center's bins.
That Liberator has 12 kills, which puts him only up 16 workers. Like, this is, somehow, like, well, how do I attack? Like, the question is not how I attack. For everyone else, not for Dorvan. Dorvan's too far gone. But the answer is, you can build more of the same units as him. So do that. I doubt he checked the upgrades and saw his Terran opponent had only 1-1. So, therefore, no matter what, since he's building 3-3, he's going to have it faster. I doubt he checked the upgrades and saw the tanks had no upgrades, whereas he has +1 armor, which is better. Not that much better, but better. I doubt he checked to see if he had reestablished his 4. But for you Terrans who have the ability to learn and react on information that they gather, once again, not Dorvin. He's out of this conversation. You take map control, and then, if they turtle up on 3 or 4 bases, you take air control. You know, one Liberator, believe it or not, can do a lot of damage, especially at this level. You're just going to have to take my word for it. So, but Vikings, Liberators, even battle cruisers are where you go when you have a bigger economy but can't quite break them. Or you could just send all your men to your death and put yourself out of your misery. There's that. That works too. Yeah, that's about right. No, Dorvin definitely wins. This is one of those, like, oh, it looks so bad for me, but I was able to pull it out in the end. I wish I could have played a little better, though. Like, could you help me out with a few tips? It's one of those.
Run your workers away. You need those. Up mineral field depleted. Just went kaput. Mineral field. A mineral patch just went. This better be good. Guys are exhausted.
It's 3-3 versus 1-1 on the Marines. I doubt he would have known that, but that's the only reason this is going anywhere close to well. That's a 4 upgrade advantage.
Ready. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field. This better be good. Go time. Mineral field empty. Add-on complete. Upgrade complete. Your work mineral field 1 by 1. They have family add-on completed at the building you're probably about to lift off.
Oh, it's looking so tough. A real scrappy game out there. I hope Winter will cast this one. It's a real back and forth. But then I was finally able to get my army together.
Oh, no, our base is
and pray that I'd win a base trade. Moving on.
Guys are in mineral field empty. A mineral patch just went. Good game.
And there it is. Shame on you. That's added to total bitch.
Shame.
And it's a C+,
Shame.
because the macro was pretty good, but the brain, not good. But you'll probably get there. Slowly. But yeah, that's exactly what you expect from a Diamond Terran. Oh, I'm doing new thermals build. Are you? Your opponent is doing a build from 2010, and you still lost your entire main to it. You lost the bet on your opponent giving BM. That is fair. No, but here's what happened. Like, there's a difference. The other Terran, if that's all we were worrying about, now I'm gonna give subs. I was wrong on that. But here's the full explanation. The other player actually did know how to play. If he's one of those Terrans, like, I have my timing attack and that's it, and then was forced to kind of, like, kicking and screaming into a macro game, instead of, like, pretending like he was a macro player but not really being one. So what he did there was a timing attack, which is I attacked, and I have medevacs. But then he went into a macro game, so he was a textbook Terran. Like, I've watched Beyond 400 times, which is, I know how to play Terran. So he's one of those Terrans, so, and he's up against another Terran. If it was PROTOSS, who knows, right? But, I just want to say once again, shame on you, you total bitch, Dwarven Killer. Thank you for the replay. Alright. Jimmy says, before we get into next one is a silver PvP. So, I think before we suffer through that.
New subscriber detected.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
more
good,
angry.
but quick advertisement. Thank you for watching. Hey everyone, I'm Winter, and I'm here to tell you all about Prime Gaming. Did you know, if you have Amazon Prime, you can get Prime Gaming? Amazon Prime, it's not just for exciting things like harvesting your data in order to try to sell you stuff that you're probably not going to buy, but putting it on quote-unquote sale for Black Friday, and then, okay, I mean, I'd be losing money not to get it. Well, you know what else you'd be losing money on? Not connecting with Twitch to get Prime Gaming. Prime Gaming, you can get $1 million a month in GTA Online, as well as, like, have you guys seen the newest Prime Gaming loot? Well, wait no longer. You can get your very own, Smite, claim, it says claim Brimstone Cerberus. Is it a claim? Or do you claim it? Did somebody translate that poorly? You can get your Warframe, I know, Warframe, a great game. Warframe Birdface. Do you think bird is the word? Well, play Warframe with your Prime Gaming Birdface today. But wait, there's more. Did you know with Prime Gaming every month, for free, you can subscribe to a streamer of your choice, even me. And if you don't subscribe right now, you're losing money for me. So, subscribe with Prime Gaming, get your bird face, get the whatever, oh, where were we? The there's baseball, there's Tap Sports. Oh, that's your phone, isn't it? Tap Sports is your fucking phone. You guys have phones. You can subscribe on your phones. How exciting! Holy shit! Subscribe today. Don't get the fucking baseball out of here. Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Thank you guys for sticking around. Now ads are loud and annoying, but okay, wait a second. What is this? Wait, which one is it? Yurtst. So, which one of these is Yurtst?
New subscriber detected.
Is this the skip ad
Are you
button?
so long? I'm half asleep. Yep. So, did your second pylon? I'll be right back. 1 moment. Thank you for watching. Silver PROTOSS, but I think actually platinum, but whatever. So, and yes, for those of you who know, already know.
New
But,
subscriber detected.
as always, my confirmations on the amount of attention paid by people on the internet. If you look before you, on the screen, you can see at the time of a second pylon, and there's a reason it says on time and not early as a separate option. The second pylon's on time or early. It's right there, right in front of your face. But, as is customary, that doesn't matter. Nothing, you get nothing, good day. I don't know, like, I thought about it like, oh, wait a second, should I have showed them? Before I left. And then I'm like, you know what? Yes, they deserve something. No, they don't. I'm adding one shame for Twitch chat. Shame on you. But I paid attention. No, too bad. The majority did not. Oh no, somebody has the Alt key. So let's start. Oh, so what you do is it's the Alt key. I think you figured that out though. That happens when you Alt tab at the wrong time. So we're gonna treat this as like gold. To be fair, I instinctively put 1 because I thought 2 would be late. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad. That was another level of reading. Another level of going wrong. Is that worse? You see, that's like me. I have a tendency to do that. As a RTS player, you draw quick conclusions about things. Like, I have a tendency to see information and analyze it quickly. But sometimes you're like, okay. Oh, fuck. I got that is, that happens to me. I think the most recent example was with a not-so-microwave-safe dish. Yada, yada, yada. Alright, defrost 10 minutes. Remove the film. Put in the microwave. And then it had like a diagram of how to like open it. So I'm like, okay, open it. Microwave 4 minutes. Oh. Directions are important.
New subscriber detected.
Mashed potatoes.
It only melted a little bit. But a little bit of melted plastic is a little too much melted plastic. In my opinion. I did not eat it. It was a small... So, I'm not going to worry too much about the build. Like, just the fact you expanded. Usually in PvP you wall off, but that's if you're actually going to be in time to block adepts. I was calling myself stupid. Oh, I got that. I just wanted to point it out. And anything I say, and we learned this in Among Us, I can't say anything without sounding accusing. Or deceitful. Or sarcastic. Or some combination of the three. That's just
the ad
how I
told
sound.
me to not waste money for you, so I better not waste it.
I put some effort in, like with the guides. Like I could do. You could do the voice.
Thanks for Diamond
like,
Winner.
Okay, we're gonna put the effort in. I will now explain a PvP build. So early on, you're gonna want to start with your first pylon on the top of the ramp, and then you add one gateway on the ramp. You can scout off that probe. Usually not. Usually you scout off the second gateway. Because early on, before a cyber core, you don't really have to worry about anything. The only potential is a cannon rush, and scouting that early doesn't really matter, because you're going to scout it on your side of the map. So scouting after the second gate if you're doing a 2-gate build. But a 1-gate expand at this level is alright. Oh, that hurt. That was a lot of effort. How do you punish 1-gate expand? Well, in PROTOSS versus PROTOSS, if you see your opponent go 1-gate expand, four-gate. Well, usually the best way is like a proxy gate near their base. Like if you're actually looking to punish it, you can go robo in your base with a prism, and then 3 gates in your base and 1 gate on the map. And if they didn't build a bunch of shield batteries, they'll probably die if they're on a 1-gate expand. You could also go for more tech-oriented, but then that takes micro, which, yeah. Like microing Void Rays, yes, microing. Or Oracles or something. Or even Immortals. So a bunch of Gate and Robot? Ooh. I would worry about your own build. It does seem half asleep is worrying about his own build. This is just like a general catch-all charge lot. Okay. You can make me proud by getting a Templar Archives in the next 10 seconds. Okay, now we're gonna talk about hotkeys. The PROTOSS today are impressive. No. The other PROTOSS we had, the Diamond PROTOSS, I think it was Power Mos, also was like, oh, you're doing all the stuff. Like, it's a little slow, it's rough around the edges, but generally, yeah, that's right. Good. Okay, so a lot of players are like, okay, he has air units. I need stalkers. No. No. This is a problem. This shouldn't be happening. Also, feedback destroy. No. Okay, now this isn't a scenario that comes up very often, but feedback, for obvious reasons, is a great response to oracles. Oh, wow. Stop right there, criminal probes! Oh, that's not a super pylon. He can't even do anything anymore. He doesn't have energy. Okay, well, once again, this is like gold. So, I'm not going to mention too much on... Because you might be like, well, he's not building probes or anything. Well, what do you think the other PROTOSS was doing during this? If you said literally nothing, you would be correct. So... Today is the day of learning that this is a real-time strategy game, much like most other days, where there's no such thing as multitasking, but effectively there's multitasking because things are not done instantaneously. So I don't want to hear the stupid fucking semantics on that. Overall, like, I can't usually shield upgrades, by the way. Honestly, just getting... I feel like this is your catch-all build for everything. Right? Like, every matchup. And by build, I mean general game plan. Okay, here's what you need to do. And now this... So, a lot of players... Jimmy, bring up the mini-map! Fuck! A lot of players... When they're here or here, it's macro time. But if they're in the danger zone, the other zones, then if they're anywhere, like if they're out here, then it's micro time. What you need to do is have the whole map be macro time. And then you won't find yourself with 1,800. I mean, I know you're about to warp in, okay? But are you still going to be producing probes? Are you still going to be focusing on upgrades that are about to finish? Are you still going to be building robo units? The answer is no, it's micro time. It's micro time. You almost... The fact you built any gate... Like, okay, good, but also... Not now! Do that before you get up in his grill. Well, I didn't know that base was there. Well, this is not the way you should be scouting it. The idea, good. Execution, really bad. Really bad. Idea good, though. So, focus on that part. Really bad. Oh, wait, you knew the base was there. You knew it was there. Now is not the time. And this is where camera locations come in as well. So that way you can go back to your main without trying to find it. I thought I had to punish it. Okay, why? I'm not saying attacking was necessarily a bad move. I'm criticizing the attacking and then losing half your army while building gateways. That's what I'm criticizing, but I'm wondering why you have to punish it. Like, what is the imperative, the time-sensitive issue with that base? Well, he expanded. Okay, go on. Tell me more. And I had Archons. Okay. Alright. Go on. I thought I could just A-move. So you didn't need to punish it, you just thought you could win. So the first statement was inaccurate. You're just like, I have the army to win now. So the answer was, in most cases, if you had taken a decent engagement and not walked into a choke point against void rays and shield batteries. Honestly, on the open field, your army does win. But the time to build more gateways, like, once I don't actually mind the attack here. I mind the attack and then looking away right as you do the attack. Build the gateways and then attack. I know, it sounds crazy. What just happened? Oh my god. So I shouldn't need to explain that attacking in between a rock and a hard place with units that have less range than I could throw them is probably not the ideal choice.
Upgrade complete.
Like, yeah, this is your punishment for losing so much of your army. Twice as much is losing your base. But I'm glad you didn't just throw random units into his army. You waited. You sat back. You built up again. And you gave yourself the chance to actually win. Because, of course, your opponent has never discovered Archons. Because this is not Masters. This was a good warping. That was a good move. Like, you're a little... It's a dicey situation, but you're not dead. Keep them busy. Also, side effect, scout. And then look away. Alright, don't worry too much about that. So now is when you need to punish. You can't let them get like 12 carriers. But I think you did learn your lesson, unless you attack into the attack. So you can kill the... Like... Okay, so you took this base. Oh, I guess you have an observer on this base. Oh. Okay, so you have 4 bases. I didn't even realize you already technically had vision. You got 4 bases. He's got 3 bases. You don't need to force the issue. At this point, you could also go carriers. What is with these PROTOSS? What a weird world we're living in now. The Zergs haven't changed. They're still as incompetent as ever. The Terrans are even more theoretical as opposed to practical. And the PROTOSS are the most impressive.
Research. Vespine up. Mineral field depleted.
Are you gonna get a fleet beacon? Oh, we'll see.
New subscriber detected.
This feels like high platter, low diamond. Look at how much money he's banking. And look at all the fights. Just because he has a brain doesn't mean he's highly ranked. At least not yet. I think you're trying to figure out what to do against this. And I'm glad you're taking the time. The answer is build Tempests or also carriers or just run him over. Because eventually he's going to mine out pretty quickly. You mine out of your main almost entirely by 15 minutes. Look at your main. We're 16 minutes in. You're out of gas. So, and then the natural's around 20 in your average game. So if you just keep him on 3 bases, he's eventually going to lose the war of attrition. So, a very important point is not microing in this scenario. You really need to not micro. If you micro, those Archons are going to get so confused. And also, you need it, like... You can't lose an entire army. Unfortunately. At least not that army. I like most of what you did. It was a bad example of how to do it. And honestly, well, if you don't lose the first army, he never gets this one. But you also need to go, like, Carrier Tempest. Or you need to not lose all your Archons earlier. Like, the units lost can't look like that. Yeah, more Zealots mixed in against that many Stalkers, but I think we focus more on not losing your army when you have more bases, as opposed to worrying about exactly what counters him. Because you could have denied a 4th indefinitely, but losing your army allowed him to actually build enough to kill you. Like, you're tapping out of the game at 3,000 minerals and 700 gas. It's a production problem, not an income problem. And the production problem is only a problem because you lost all your army. How do you not lose the army? Were they maxed out? No, he was down 50 supply. Not quite. The army values, he's down 60. Right now, how many gates? He has no gates on cooldown. He just warped in. It's a production problem. He lost the army by looking away the moment he A-moved into this location with Archons. For those who missed 8 minutes ago, this, not the most Archon-friendly engagement angle. Honestly, this feels like an outlier. This game was an outlier. Everything, even the, like, that was an understandable way to lose your Archons, by the way. That was the best way to lose them, was looking away and focusing on your macro. Because next time, it'll be a little better timing. A-. Alright. Like, all the important points were hit. The upgrades, the basic build, the game plan. There was the I needed to punish him. But we eventually worked out what he meant by I need to punish his base was I have a lot of Archons and I want to win the game. Which is better than trying to figure out what to punish. Like, that is actually better. I'm not being sarcastic.
A follower. Is that all?
Nice grade.
The focus should be maxing out with a lot of Archons and then going to win the game. And then working around that. I lost to another Terran who just EMP'd. Well, Archons have essentially, like, they have the HP of a toddler. Ooh, it's weird. They have 10 HP without shields, so in that case, you might need some Colossi. If toddlers were Starcraft units, they'd probably have like 10 HP, right? Like, weird to think about. And no armor, surprisingly. Alright, Laser Eyes. Laser Eyes started at Shame. He worked his way up to an alright. He appears to be essentially the same MMR as he was, if not lower, than we last saw him, but anyways. Thus proving that my advice is terrible and should not be followed by anyone. Fuck fast food. That sounds uncomfortable and messy. The fuck are you on about? This doesn't work. You don't put your Overlord here against Zerg. Do you want to... I'll give you three guesses why. But you don't put your Overlord on the Pervert Pillars against Zerg. Laser Eyes. No, they also have Overlords, and they can fucking see you.
Your queen's done hatching.
I'm surprised he hasn't seen it yet.
The queen's...
Also, you see that, right? Laser Eyes. Do you know what Overlords are for? Do you know what they're for? You should put the rank of the person on the screen during Angry Coach. If people didn't pay any attention during the intro to it, then I'm not going to put anything on the screen, because we've already pointed out, as we saw earlier with the fucking pylon poll, 60% of people can have the information staring them in the face and still fail to interpret it. Well, I just got here. Well, I'm sorry, I forgot this all revolved around you, my friend in Twitch chat. I apologize. This is a Silver Zerg. Winter, don't you know every moment there are people joining your stream? And believe it or not, I do I understand that my job as a streamer is every 4 seconds to repeat myself. Because someone just got here. Thank you for joining us. Subscribe.
Something's done evolving.
Okay, you did see it. And the response is 1 spine crawler. That's not enough.
Detected.
Thank you, Sweaty Parsley. Why no banelings?
Your brood is initiating combat.
Why didn't you build a baneling nest? Build a baneling nest. If you're gonna go speedlings, you gotta go banelings. Right. You can just go straight to roaches. Looks like that Overlord's gonna die.
Like
Nobody could have predicted. Oh my god. What the fuck? Like, if you're gonna make dozens of speedlings, you should have a baneling nest in ZVZ. Otherwise, just get to roaches much quicker, because against someone who's mildly competent, you'll just die. Like, this is the macro roach horn. If he could micro at all, which I know is a lot to ask, you'd be dead. Yeah, the OV lived, thus disproving all of my points. These bases look like a mess. I don't know what's going on. Somehow.
Your forces are under attack.
Uh-oh. Where's the baneling? There's gonna be a baneling, right? Where are you going? So, I thought, during all this... Is this you really trying to macro while microing? Yeah. Trying. Failing. But trying. What's the, like, what are we missing here? What is kind of a critical fucking upgrade? Road speed. There you go. Laser eyes on the first try. I get that soon. No. You get it first.
You finished off a mineral cluster.
Also, you fucking lied. +1 B4 speed, okay. Not +1 carapace B4 speed. No. You know what's a good defense? Being able to move into position in a timely manner. Why do you think every fucking unit in that Zerg has a speed upgrade? Besides one. Like, Zerglings have speed. Banelings have speed. Roaches have speed. Hydras have speed. Fucking lurkers have speed. Ultras have speed. Is there a ground unit that doesn't have... Infestors don't have speed, and neither do swarm hosts, but those are, like, special cases. Flying units don't have speed because they fucking fly. Overlords have speed, though, because they don't fly very fast. Drones. Well, that would break the game. So, yeah, it's kind of a priority. Why are you getting... Oh, wait, he's getting... I was like, why are you getting Baneling and Roach speed? Except you're not getting either. I'd rather you get both than either. You got 200 gas. It's not like this is a big deal. Having your speed 30 seconds later than your opponent is game deciding. This is a mirror matchup where margins are a lot thinner. They're not that thin. This is diamond. I mean silver. But, like, the speed at which you get speed is of the essence. If you're too slow, then your MMR will be low. But if you go fast, then your MMR will be the best in the class. You stupid ass. Remember this. Yikes.
They're attacking your base.
This is actually a scenario where if your roaches had speed, you might not stop this, but you at least kill a significant percentage of his roaches. You do not have speed. You just started it. You don't get it soon. You didn't get it until after +1 finish. That's way too fucking slow.
Your forces are under attack.
It is potentially the first upgrade, not the last, to get. What are you doing, fucking spreading creep? That's just helping him. He's the one with speed. Like, you should... There's the argument about creep spread in CVC. You should spread creep. It gives you vision, and it's usually on your side of the map. So that way, you can move faster to defend. Unless you're slow, in which case, they move faster, because you don't have fucking speed!
Can do.
Jesus Christ.
Brood is initiating combat.
Oh my god, run away! We can't move... The only reason you're anywhere close to losing these fights is because of speed. The reason that you're not gonna die is because of the other upgrades, giving us a weird scenario here.
Looks like the bugs are spoiling for a fight.
Uh-oh.
We're down a mineral.
I'm glad we got the whole experience of watching that happen while not paying attention to anything else, and it's still killing drones.
Your brood is initiating combat.
Meanwhile that was happening, the queens and roaches are moving into the most perfect concave. Like, a concave this perfect could only be by accident at this level. Like, you are look at this! It's like a roach firing squad. Takes a while. How many drones do you have? 50. That's not enough drones. As we continually learn. So the reason diamond players are diamond, much of the time, is because, like, there's a difference between the diamond players who are diamond because they got enough zerglings past the wall and got promoted. And then there are the diamond players who have good instincts but are missing huge parts every game. Like, for you, it was roach speed and economy management. Like, you built drones, then you stopped building drones, and you started building roaches. And you never went back to drones. So now we're at 1600 gas with no minerals. Him, on the other hand, was just forgetting upgrades. Completely. He just completely forgot upgrades. He got roach speed, he got bane speed, and that's it. So, matchmaking works.
done hatching. Your base forces are under attack. Stay frosty. Mineral field depleted.
Everyone here has terrible priorities. Neither side should have been focused on the banelings. But thankfully, they both were. And that works out for the player who doesn't have banelings, because banelings aren't going to continue the fight later on.
Mineral field depleted. Successful mutation.
How did you micro yourself out of winning this fight? Oh my god. And then he did. Jesus Christ. Roach speed first, 70 drones, 2-2, win game.
Finished off a mineral cluster.
No more like, I don't know, I guess we're gonna do roaches. So this is bottom of the barrel diamond. It's like a B-. Like, it's the right direction. But get out of the fast lane. Like... But you can't just miss 1/3 of the important things. I bet the games where you do get roach speed and upgrades in time, your 4th base is late or something. Bottom diamond is D3, by definition, yes. But it is alright. Like, it's not bad, it's just not good. Okay, let me solve my problems. What the fuck, you guys? Get that day 9 only mode. And hopefully everybody else takes a hint. D2 is mid diamond? Alright, alright, alright. So, alright, tier 1 is the highest. Tier 2 is middle. So, okay.
The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you.
Uh-huh. Yes, diamond 2 is the middle. Oh, now we have our last replay. Winter, I made it to Platinum, but I think I will never leave it. Looking to see if I have enough hope to make it to Diamond or if I should just stop. It says Revenite. Revenite is a now Platinum PROTOSS. Who only won like... Okay, 1-1, 2-1, 3-1, 3-2, 4-2, 5-2, 6-2, 7-2, 8-2, 9-2. Just had to see if we were keeping up with the trend. My replay doesn't exist. I didn't see a link. Also, usually you want to play more than like 1 day a week or 1 day every 2 weeks. Because it's almost impossible to reinforce any sort of improvement if you don't play for 2 weeks. Looks like we're getting a little better. Maybe that's why we're winning. We'll go with the first non... Okay, here we go. Against Zerg. Doesn't accept peep mode games? I'm not looking at your fucking peep mode game. Get the fuck out of here. Probably won't even work with the observer interface. And even if it does... Okay, so this is wrong. Revenant, can you tell me what's wrong? Why is it wrong? What supply do you build your pylon on? $14, yes. What supply are you at? Like, come on, man. It's 18 seconds in. There's only so much that could have happened. It's on 13. No, it's not on 13. 14 was right. You were right kind of the first time. What happens is you build 2 probes, and then by the time this one gets down here, you can build a pylon. Because you mine minerals. You don't build the pylon. Notice how you have enough for another probe. By the time the probe gets down there, you have enough for a pylon. All you're doing is delaying your second probe. Literally your second probe. When you don't queue up 2 probes. Just build 2 probes. That's it. Like... And then don't rally... No. What's wrong with this picture? I meant to rally it back. Like... But this game I didn't. The fact that that's a risk, and I'm gonna assume a not small percentage of games. Nothing has been exactly right yet. We are 30 seconds in, and you have yet to do anything correctly. You've done it close. It's close. But none of it has been correct. There we go. The chrono boost after the gate. Fine. Alright, so he does. So now comes a moment of truth. There's a spawning pool. This is an early... If your probe gets there, even on this map, and there's no hatchery, and there's a spawning pool done, now is panic time. This is actual panic time. This is one of the few cases where you should be like, oh shit. Even though the genius over here with his spawning pool done got supply blocked. So lucky you. If you look closely, you'll see that only one of his larvae is producing, which is a max of 1 zerglings. 1 set of zerglings. So... Yes, we're chastising Twitch chat because I made a joke about toddlers having 10 HP, which I thought was funny. It was funny. And it took about 3 minutes of Twitch chat to get to, can you shoot toddlers on live TV, at least theoretically? And that's why I fucking hate Twitch chat. I'm sorry, Shiva.
Construct additional pylons.
You might be like, no, let me clarify. No, if there's a need to clarify, you should have clarified in your own head and not said anything. It's not Shiba's fault. It's Twitch chat's fault for being how they are. It's not the person who is supposed to pro bono take care of them. It was the people who can't help but being the people exactly who I expect them to be. I'll give you this supply block because this is an awkward time.
Our base is under attack.
No. Okay. The answer is Adepts. The answer is Adepts. Not Stalkers. You know what? No Stalkers ever. Don't build Stalkers. Just ignore Stalkers entirely. But what if he has Mutas? Well, get fucking Phoenixes or Archons. The answer is Adepts. Stalkers aren't even, like, if you have unlimited money, the answer was not Stalkers. Stalkers are more expensive and worse. And, of course, starting Warp Gate and all that. Like, now we're getting to the point of, like, you need to not forget what you were doing. Just because there are a few Zerglings at your door. So the only way you lose this gateway is if you build Stalkers. Because the Stalkers take 4 shots to kill Zerglings. No, like... If you don't know that Adepts are better against Zerglings than Stalkers are, then what are we doing here? Like, every Twitch chat Grandmaster at least knows that. Like, what are we doing? I didn't know. How many games have you fucking played and or watched that you think Stalkers are a legitimate option? Like, wait against Adepts. I try to avoid Adepts because it's a micro trap, and Stalkers aren't?
Was to get more $. It worked. A+.
Your chances of winning drastic go down. Like, the answer is Adepts against Zerglings. I'm flabbergasted. I am dumbfounded. Honestly, I feel like you have to like I get it. Don't build Adepts, but like the answer, you know, shield batteries can. You know that you can use shield batteries to reshield buildings manually, but you don't know that Adepts are better. This is a weird, like, this is like we're uncovering the prophecy of knowledge. And in the ancient days, they used fucking shield batteries or whatever Zeratul saw, but we had yet to uncover the Adept. We needed to get to Legacy of the Void before that. Like, you taught me that in the last Angry Coach? Let's uncover more prophecies without this. Also, get Warp Gate in a timely fucking manner.
Our base is under attack.
Stalkers are actually better against Banelings, to an extent. I will give you that. Not that I think you were expecting Banelings, but because it takes like 8 Banelings to kill a Stalker. No. Like, of course, anything I say, if I say it with confidence, it's accurate between 90 and 98% of the time. And if you win 90 to 98% of games, well, that's probably good. This is the scenario where he's building Zerglings and he's breaking down your wall. You have a choice between Zealots, Stalkers, Adepts, and Sentries. This, if any time ever there was a time to build Adepts, it would be now. It's like, if nothing happens, and we're just chilling, and everybody's playing a quote-unquote macro game, then okay, don't build a bunch of Adepts, because then you're going to try to micro Adepts, and that's a problem. But in order to not die against a Zerg who doesn't, your opponent is a Platinum Zerg. He did a 12 pool and still got supply blocked on his second fucking Overlord. This could have hit, if those Zerglings had hit 20 seconds earlier, like they should have, if he could follow a build order as long as you did, which is no amount of time, then the gateway would be dead, and who knows what else. And also, if it wasn't Jagannath, or whatever the fuck you say it, you would also be dead. Like, there are so many scenarios. But, fortunately, he is a Platinum Zerg, so we got a shot. I mean, you win this game, so in 15 minutes. And now this is like the one scenario. It's like, well, Winter, he goes for a one-base Spire, essentially. So Stalkers are actually a good choice. It's like, oh my god. Of course he does. Are you reviewing chat's replays? Yes. For the right price.
Research
Holy fucking shit. And this game is the 2%. 2% of games, you should build Adepts, and 2% of games, you should build Stalkers. Like, as a meaningful strategy. This is both of those 2%. Okay, Revenite. He has 5 spine crawlers on the way. Maybe some spores. You have 3 bases. This is your moment. What now? Get more ahead. Yes. You want to give any more detail? Tech up. Okay. And macro. You know what? I'll take it. I accept it. So generally, when this shit is happening, it's a Nidus or a Spire, sometimes both. So if you're ready against a Nidus or a Spire, then you're good.
I'm here in the shadows.
Macro plus pylon at all is possible expos. Don't do that. First part, good. Macro, good. Safe bet. Pylon at all is expos. Don't do that. I'm bronze 1, bruh. Let's get that review. Are you also illiterate, bruh? But then again, he said he was bronze 1, so that's
Angry
fair.
Coach Winter, though I did good in this game, but I want to improve my PvP.
1880 MMR? I saw 1880 MMR and I was like, oh wow. Because Age of Empires, 1880 MMR is like solid Grandmaster. This isn't Age of Empires. That was the reflex though. I guess that's a bad sign. It's not Grandmaster in SC2. Not quite.
Mineral field depleted.
It's another form of master. Alright, Revenite. So hotkeys exist. Control groups, etc.
Our probes are under attack. Our base
Just gonna throw that one out there.
looks like our warriors. One of our pylons is under enemy. We're done with this research. Our warriors are under attack.
Those are House Archons now, right?
Our base is under attack. Upgrade complete.
So you might be like, these mutas are doing a lot of damage. Remember, he's a Platinum Zerg. I want you to, for the first time, think about your own replays. Or maybe watch them and realize this is the scenario. I'm not even criticizing you for lack of other production. You've not done terrible on producing probes, just lost way too many of them. He's at 60s. So that's where we are. You might be like, but if he spent those 3,000... No, he can't spend it. He has 6 larvae. He's microing mutas. It's what he do. He has mutas. He will micro.
completely mined.
So, you know when I said it was Spire or Nidus, or maybe both? It's both.
The enemy is gunning for our probes. Our base.
He builds Swarm Host, I think. So I paused the game. We'll go back just a few seconds. I paused. This was what Revenite. I gotta go back a little further. I'll show you where Revenite was seen. It's good to remember your game, but like also there were Swarm Hosts in the production tab when you said he builds Swarm Hosts, I think. That tells me you have not watched enough replays to understand that looking at the production tab is kind of like a fucking baseline.
Our probes are under attack. Looks like our warriors are seeing some action. We've completely mined. Our warriors are under attack.
What is this mini-map? Why do you see all this? What? Am I not on your... How do you... The fuck? This is a bug, right? The fuck? Why? What the fuck? Wait, did something may have just died at that moment. Because you have 1 second of it. No, what the fuck? We can't see him now. What am I missing? I'm just wondering if this is a replay bug.
Looks like our warriors are seeing some action.
So the observer saw some stuff. This is super weird, because there's no vision over on that left side. It may have just been like skipping back in the replay, hook something up. Yeah, the observer juice got all over those mutas. Yeah, I think that was it. That's fucking weird. Hex!
One of our pylons is under enemy.
Small indie company. Hotkeys ever. I mean, come on, man. You can see. Just leave, like, anything.
Our base is under attack.
This is kind of a go. At least you attacked.
In the shadows.
Like maybe a little more attention. You know.
Upgrade is ready for use.
When we learn to use control groups, which I have no confidence in. Oh my god. Then maybe. Probably not. Most of the game plan was decent. The pro production was mostly good. The game knowledge was severely lacking, but thankfully that was replaced with Immortal Archon charge lot for the most part. The Archons just kind of kill everything.
Mineral field. completely mined out a mineral.
We embrace the glory of battle.
Who's that?
Our base is under a mineral field. Enemy is gunning for our probes.
We embrace the glory of battle.
What's the proper response to a Mortal
Nothing left
Archon
in that
charge
mineral
slot?
cluster.
I mean, maxed out Roach Hydra Viper.
We've completely mined out a mineral.
Technically Lurkers, technically Broodlords, but more accurately like Roach Hydra Viper. The Vipers are kind of important because the Archons have stubby arms.
We've completely mined out
Oh my god. What a guy. The basics were mostly there. It's a bit of a weird mess. But a focus on maxing out with Archons is almost always going to be better than worrying too much about details. So, that's an alright. And also, I'm bringing PROTOSS to 69% because they've been pretty nice today. Oh yeah, I forgot. Retroactively, Kybrit has brought Marines also to 4%. 4.2, actually. There's dice to the socks. Okay, Rex has finally figured out how to put a normal fucking game out there. Except it's a 2v2, because of course it is. Never mind. Speaking of what the fuck is this, what the fuck is this? A 6-minute PvP. So here's what happens. Here's the explanation. Is as time goes on, I raise the price because supply and demand. And that means people with more disposable income, which means people who probably play less Starcraft, get involved. And that's what's happening here. The only reason Raxus is going to be showing up here is because, unlike the people with a lot of disposable income, he just is always doing fucking things that, like, he's like, well, I can't send in a peep mode game, so here's a 2v2. It's like, alright, okay, fine, whatever. But what the fuck is this now? I am the Blue Toss. Okay, so what's your name? We don't just call people by their car. Have a good night, Revenite. Zion. Okay, I thought I did pretty well. Is that a meme? I just... nah... Okay. Would like a few tips on improvement. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying that peep mode is bad. I'm saying that, like, I'm gonna send you this one is just typical. It's actually pretty cool, but, like, come on. There's a whole lot of using hotkeys here. You have 216 APM. I have not seen... I mean, based on your rank and your MMR, I'm having trouble justifying 216 APM. Like, the build isn't great, besides the fact that you're supposed to take a second gas, partially so this doesn't happen. You just, like, you have the minerals. Should have been taken earlier. Usually you want 2 gas in PvP anyways. But... here we are. Okay, so you built a cyber core where... So this is the kind of game, just... I'm worrying about you more than him. But your opponent has a cyber core over 30 seconds later than yours. Almost 30 seconds. Which means, with gateway units, you can kind of just kill them. My builds are kind of homemade since I watch but don't practice. Don't worry, that was what I expected. Based on everything. Thank you, though. At what point does having low APM really start to hamper your ability to rank up? $6K? Depends on your definition of low. Like, low for a pro gamer would be 200. If low is like under 100, probably mid-masters. Like, if you just physically are unable to go past that point, that's probably starting to stretch the limit. I mean, in case you weren't just fishing for an advertisement for my low APM, under 100 APM to masters. Like... But no, don't worry. I'll take that promotion.
I'm here in the shadows.
I mean like 100 to 150? Are you PROTOSS? Because APM naturally increases as you play more efficiently. Like, if you get... Okay, let's be clear. In case people don't know, I got to Masters with a 95% win rate with under 100 APM. As random. In my defense, and to be clear, 120 is Zerg, because Zerg just naturally has more, because Zerglings are half a supply, for example, so... Each rank was lower, by the way. I forget if Diamond was 90 or 80.
I'm here.
To get from Plat to Diamond.
Shadows.
PROTOSS / Terran? Oh yeah, 100, 150? I've seen GMs with under 150. They don't play a particularly active style, but you can get GM with 150 pretty easy. $150 is like, you might not be pro, but you could make them sweat a little if you're playing particularly efficiently. If your friend can't manage to get over 35 APM, make sure they're not playing Hearthstone. Make sure you know what game they're actually playing. Okay, so usually you don't want to expand and proxy at the same time because your proxy is late and your expansion is undefended. You can't just slap a robo down and be like, I have a robo now. On their side of the map. I mean, you can. It's PvP, but, like, it's not ideal. What's the race population ratio? I don't think people understand how balanced Starcraft is. But, I actually want to know, like, is there a significant... At the lower ranks, there are more Terrans, because, I mean, oh my god, Jim Raynor. I mean, even the top Zerg players are named after Terrans. Like, that's how popular Terran is with the youngins. Shout out to Raynor again. So right now, Grandmaster is overwhelmingly PROTOSS. And by overwhelmingly, oh wait, what are we on? World? 43%, wow. Because everyone below the top Terrans struggles against PROTOSS. I mean, everyone below that top cut. This might make you think. This doesn't include Korea, by the way. Because Korea, for some reason, is bugged out this season. So, just... This is NA, EU, and China. Let's look at them. It's a... Oh my god, they're 89? That's actually a bit of a... Like, what the fuck? Anyways, overall, though... Can we just see overall... Um, 34% of players are Terran. This might be games played. Remember, you can be ranked as each race as well. 31% are Protoss and 27% are Zerg. And there was a point. It's always been more Terran, though. Because if we look to Bronze, Bronze is 42% Terran. Silver is 38% Terran. And it just goes downhill from... Well, and then Master is actually a little overrepresented, but... and then, of course, random players over here like, we exist! Yep, 7 whole Grandmasters. 720 Masters. The percentage goes up in Platinum and Diamond, but... we forget about random players. But it's a little more skewed now since everyone can rank individual races, which is relatively recent, only the last couple years. Before, your account just had an MMR, and it was, even if you were a Masters Terran and you had never played Zerg, you'd be playing Masters as Zerg. Only 7 GMs is random. Yeah, probably like 3 of them are pig. I'm no longer there to buffer the numbers because I suck too much. I know a pig has at least 2. Sometimes Scarlet is random GM because she feels like it. Usually on an account that's not named Scarlet, but also something about the balance of the game. But still. That recall was a smart move. I'll give you that, by the way. Oh. So, a few things. Yes, this isn't Has versus Nice, but like... one, you shouldn't let them get a pylon in your base. You should check your corners. But also... yeah, don't build your robo in a random part of the map, ideally. He was probably planning to force field the ramp. Sheba has a better excuse than the vast majority of you, because he has to watch the vast majority of you. But he did. And that's what prompted the recall. But it's a little late now.
I return to serve.
Like, good defense. That's like a Gold League and Wings of Liberty strat, was building a pylon to 4-gate in the back of their main. And of course he also expanded, but not a bad defense. Like, it's hard to judge from a 6-minute PvP, but for gold, it's a B. Like, there's also like, what are you doing? And maybe a little less homebrew on the builds, but good response. Good ideas. Alright. Fine. And now we have, last but not least, we have Raxus bringing us a 2v2 because, of course he is. Why wouldn't he? Also, as a Diamond Zerg, you gave me no choice. Well, the choice was, I don't play 1v1, so maybe I shouldn't waste my money. But 2v2 is competitive. It's not like Age of Empires level competitive, but it's not uncompetitive. There are still 2v2 tournaments. It's somewhat balanced. It's just not balanced around it. It was that or a 1 or 2 month old replay? You're not disputing any of my points. Do you need more rope? I thought we had enough. So, an actually important concern in 2s is your teammate cannot build on creep. Doesn't matter whose creep it is, Terrans can't build on creep. So, this is why Zerg is kind of a pariah in team games. Because either you have a team with 2 Zergs, or you kind of have to build around a Zerg existing. It's a little rough. Some maps are worse than others. Some maps, the creep from the main blocks the wall at the ramp. And that
Your allies' forces are attacking. Your allies' base is getting knocked around.
New
He
subscriber
plays 2 base
detected.
Terran early game so he can defend
Big
himself because
words.
queens can't come to his aid.
Pariah.
Yeah. That's not a very big word.
Your ally is fighting the enemy. For once. Queen ready. Brenda's ready to rumble.
I have a lot of words. Very good words, thank you. It's a big word for him, yeah. I just spam a ton of Zerglings while my son builds a mothership. There's a joke here. But that's so wholesome, we're just gonna keep moving.
Your swarm is now bigger and broodier. Brood under attack. Panic time. Queen's all done. Good choice.
So what are we going for?
Base under assault. What would Brenda do?
That is a lot of Hellions. Oh my god, the queen. Brenda! Ah! Let me.
The enemy is attacking your...
I don't mind mutas and teams, but against double Terran, you're asking for disaster.
Allies' forces are...
And being supply blocked with 1,500 minerals, and no units in production, including overlords. This is the most uncomfortable thing I've seen all day. Ugh. Yeah, that doesn't seem like the ideal build. Like... 13 larvae! But don't worry, I'm getting that creep spread out, so that way my teammate can't build shit. Very important priority. 6 OVs on the way. Can we get some amnesia lords?
Your ally has engaged the enemy.
Where it's like, I'm still supply blocked? I need... Okay. More OVs it is. Nope. Okay. Drones. 12 drones.
Your allies fighting the...
Still 1,500 minerals because it's just a trickle-down effect. If you get supply blocked when you have that much larva and that many minerals, you're not going to be able to spend it for quite a while. Where's Evo Chambers, Baneling Nest? Are we just going to make mutas and let our teammate carry the rest? Well, bet he does.
Hatchery cooked up a fresh queen for you. Mineral field depleted.
So, you know what's one of Zerg's best units? It's unique to Zerg. The other races don't have access to anything like it. No. Fucking overlords. The other races, they build 10 supply depots or 10 pylons. Like, that's worker time. Whereas Zerg can just build 10 overlords at once. And maybe sometimes they fucking should.
New queen. Brenda's here, and she's mineral field.
Holy shit, how long is this supply block? I mean, you're not even supply block because you're not building any. Like, it's impressive how long this supply block. Thankfully, we get this. It's a very impressive one because he's not even supply block. He does get supply block, but then he loses just enough units and ignores his supply for like a minute. Alright. Gotta get that creep
Hatchery cooked up a fresh queen for you.
Gotta get the creep out. Holy shit. Unfortunately, there's a queen in your hatchery key. Oh my god, the struggle. Builds 2 mutas. Gets supply blocked. 6 more OVs. With only 1,800 fucking minerals in the bank. Just send your teammate all your money. Come on. Maybe he'll use it. You know. He's also supply block. He's also hard supply block. You know. You found the right teammate. Great minds think alike, and lesser minds think even aliker, as they say. How is that not, like, the most obvious Widow mod? Like, 1, you're Overseer. You probably should have waited for it. 2, come on. Like, that... Sometimes it's almost impossible to see, but that was right there. Oh my god.
Yep.
Did he attack his
Brood is under
Overlord? Well,
attack.
because it's too fucking slow. Try to inspire it. Okay, so let's ask ourselves, what's the most important thing right now? Getting upgrades, focusing on getting a decent drone count, which we have. Teching up, developing, like, even now spreading creep, or these 7 zerglings.
Mutation done. You can
Well, at least we don't have to make that decision anymore.
run faster and stronger to your death.
Did you just inject, or did you just fail at injecting? Wait, what did I just see? I guess you injected, kind of. Using fucking backspace injects. But because your queens are all over the place, it doesn't actually work right. Oh my god. You could probably benefit from camera location, so let's not get
Evolution
crazy.
complete. Mineral patch is gone. And it's not coming back.
Like, you got 15 mutas of gas right now. Let's make the mutas. Make the mutas! Let's go. I want to see more mutas die to Widowmines. And it is at this moment the wild Zerg remembers evolution chambers.
A mineral field.
Holy shit. I can't believe it. Wow, it's extra bad. He got Bane speed. He got +2 flyer attack. He's in the middle of upgrading everything. But still doesn't get Evo chambers. Wow. Impressive. Just the disconnect from practical play is quite dramatic. Like, usually like it's going a couple of neurons bouncing around, find some connections, but no, there's plenty of space in there. Yeah, we can't even afford the ground upgrades anyways. Come on. Why are you building corruptors? What are the corruptors for? Why did we just spend 1,100 gas on corruptors? To go Broodlord. Yeah, but like, the Hive hasn't started. Why did we just spend 1,100 gas? I'm not saying that Broodlords are bad. I'm saying, why did we just spend 1,100 gas on corruptors? Not whether or not we should at some point, but why right now? At this critical moment. Spend 1,100 gas on corruptors. Because in 3 minutes, we can get broods. I guess it's better to at least have them then. But now we can't even build a hive on time. I'm sure we'll have it, but... Yeah, pretty much. So you're relying on your teammate to keep you alive for like 5 minutes. Okay, well, that makes sense. That's why we're looking at a 2v2 here. Because he can't rely on himself to keep himself alive for 5 minutes. Look at his hotkeys. We got 9 mutas. That number was higher, but it should have been 0. And nothing else.
Can't build there.
What the fuck? Okay. We still haven't discovered evolution chamber technology.
Your ally needs your help. It's that desperate. The enemy's all over your drones.
What am I watching? What is happening? Are you trying to... Oh my god. You know what? Actually just use the select army hotkey. Holy shit. He's setting hotkeys. And then 38 seconds later, we're ready to... Oh my god, they're already here! What, did it take too long? Why now? You've had these units. You had the Lings and Banes for like... You can hotkey from eggs as well. But that seems like, why did we wait until now? It's not so... It's part 1, why did it take so long? Part 2, like... Part 2... is how long it took you to do it. But it's not about... It's both of it. And they both kind of follow each other, because if you're not proactive about it, you don't have a lot of practice with it, it's gonna take too long when you actually need it.
You can't do your
You know, control click selects all of a type of unit. Control 1, control click, control 3, control click, control... And then you can do control click and then shift double click. There you go. And now we got all the zerglings and all the banelings selected. I know that's a lot of keyboard keys and that pinky getting a workout over there. Unless you're one of those weird people who hits it with like this part of their hand, but what the fuck.
Morph there.
So about those broodlords, what do we need for broodlords? Like, since we have all these useless corrupt... I mean, I guess I... A hive, yes. Good point. Do I need to say more?
Allies' forces are under attack. Your precious drones are falling.
Do you know what a timing attack is? You know, I'm done with the... I don't have time for the rhetorical questions. I'm done with it. You know what the worst time to attack is? Like 10 seconds before Baneling speed. Baneling speed gives Banelings plus 5 HP, which prevents them from getting killed in a single siege tank shot. Which is kind of a big fucking deal. You know what else helps is any upgrades, but don't worry about that. Also, by the way, just to be clear, the mutas probably could have done this on their own. But here we are. The mutas got hit by the only anti-air anyways. Like, it was siege tanks and like 4 widow mines, and the mutas got hit somehow by the widow mines anyway.
All done evolving.
So,
for now anyway. Mineral field.
Will we now, during the macro turn, remember the hive?
Depleted.
I'm sorry, did the corruptors do so well in that fight you just fucking ordered more? It's like, oh my god, the corruptors crushed it that fight. Didn't take any losses. 14 more, please. 14 fucking more. That's what we need. 1,400 gas of corruptors on top of our already 1,100 gas. Like, what is this, the Pentagon budget? I guess the corruptors make sense. We need... But sir, they don't have any air. And they won't! Okay, alright, here we are. Evo chambers. Also, of course. You see, those Vikings don't have a chance. So, what was the thought process with those banelings? Those, like, several hundred gas of banelings? I said I wouldn't ask the rhetorical questions. I didn't expect to see a wall of bio. Why not? And it was only like 5 banelings? Alright. That's fair. That's fair. You didn't have many banelings left over from the completely unnecessary ground attack on the tanks. You got a good point. You lost all your banelings earlier for no reason. That's my bad. You had like 30. There are 2 teams involved there, by the way, is what's happening. Like, there are 2 Terrans.
Under attack.
So one's going back, one's going bio, which is the most unsurprising thing that could have happened. Okay, so let me just predict this game. What happens is this army does a lot of damage, but the teammate, thankfully, is actually doing something. Doesn't have combat shields, but he does have a lot of team spirit. So that's going to pull the army back. Raxus will have just enough time to build fucking Broodlords or something, and eventually they're going to take, like, the other Terrans are going to take a ridiculously stupid fight, lose, and then Raxus and company will end up winning. So this all happens over the next 8 minutes or so.
Your allies fighting the enemy for once. You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief. Your ally has engaged.
Alright. Rex takes a lot of damage. And then the teammate actually drags him back and provides defense because he's actually good. Greater Spire on the way. Raxus continues bleeding out on the floor. The counterattack is cleaned up. We actually defend the army because divide and conquer. You know what we needed? You know what's important right before we get Broodlords? Is to spend all that gas. It's just sitting around, doing nothing. We didn't have... 25 Corruptors was not enough, by the way. They were like, against all those battle cruisers, or the potential of battle cruisers. You don't know, like, how many battle cruisers they could build. Can never be too careful. They're gonna have battle cruisers like that terrorist Jim Raynor. So we need to counter those battle cruisers.
The swarm, your ally is fighting the enemy. For once. Mutation finished. Your ally has engaged the enemy. On purpose.
There are Evo upgrades going? Yes, 1-1.
Nope, no building there.
Alright, here is Raxus's I'm helping moment. Everybody ready? That's a good spot. That's not vulnerable at all.
Queen. Brenda's here, and she's
So now that the other Terrans have a mental breakdown because any Broodlords exist, and then it takes a little while, but they win because any Broodlords exist. Ooh, crazy base trade.
Your allies' forces are attacking Evolution complete. Your allies' base. Better than hitting yours. Your ally needs your help. It's that desperate. Mineral.
You know, it's probably a better move from the other Terrans is the semi-base trade.
The swarm is threatened. Your ally is fighting the enemy. Allies' bases. Your base is under attack. Your allies fighting the enemy for once.
Those corruptors really getting a lot of value in these fights.
You engage the enemy. A mineral field.
Valuing their own lives, of course. Not killing Vikings. But really just keeping that, like it's an investment in the future. Okay. Can never be too, like you gotta keep your powder dry.
Base under attack. Allies' forces are under attack.
How do you have 30-something corruptors, I'm sorry, 27 corruptors, and still lose any broodlords to Vikings? This is how. Actually, the armor upgrades are helping a lot. I still lose one? Nope, did not target.
Base under attack.
Oh
Your
my
allies'
God.
base is getting knocked around. Your allies' base is under attack. Have evolved. Will you save them? Your brood's stronger now. The enemy is attacking your swarm.
There's that select all army into. Oh wait, my Zergling counterattack. Oh wait, it can't do anything.
Your extractor has stopped. Extracting? Your allies fighting the enemy. You build on and mind out of that cluster. Under attack. And still in the game? Nice.
Where's the other Terrans' bad fight in the broods where they actually commit?
Mutation. Your ally is fighting the enemy. Don't mind out that one. Brood under attack.
The counterattacks are good.
Mutation
That is a lot of broods.
Extractor depleted. And now the drones are sad.
That's what teammates are for.
You engage the enemy. On purpose?
There you go. Good job. What a carry.
Now that's the commander I've been waiting on.
It was bad. Also, shame on you. Thankfully, your teammate was there.
Shame.
Because you 100% would have died with nothing but 30 corruptors against something similar in 1v1. Let's be honest here. Be honest with ourselves. Of course, who knows? But I mean, like, you're making your teammate bail you out. It's not about whether corruptors make broodlords. It's about making 35 corruptors multiple minutes before you build broodlords. It's about investing at the right time. There's no reason to build 35 corruptors if they don't have a bunch of air. Like, upgrades first. Making sure you have the infrastructure. And then, when you're getting closer to broods, then you build the corruptors. Not like, sometime in the future I'll have all these corruptors. It worked out this time. But just because it works doesn't mean it's good. A life lesson to wrap up this Angry Coach Marathon. Thank you for watching. Like, subscribe, and make sure to just tell your friends, your family, all of my lessons, my teachings. They'll be like, say, Old Man Winter told me this. And they're like, what are you smoking? And to that you say, not tobacco. I'm not a boomer. And then we all forget what we were talking about. Carry on. Have a great day. Good luck. Have fun.